Welcome to Area 2000. This program introduces our listeners to the scientific approach to discussion of two particular subjects, UFOs and near-death and after-death experiences. To contact the Bigelow Foundation during the work week, call Angela Thompson between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. at area code 702-456-1606. That's Angela Thompson at area code 702-456-1606. And now, Area 2000. Good evening. Welcome to another Area 2000. I'm Art Bell. And as usual, we've got a full plate this morning. We've got our roving journalist, George Knapp. And way back in Philadelphia, this time at the airport, Linda Howe, just arriving back home, with her glimpses of other realities. And then it'll be Dr. Michael D. Swords, and this morning's major subject, I guess, is going to be UFOs, but his education, his interest goes into the parasciences as well. So we're going to be just moving all over the place this morning, this evening. You're never going to be able to get that straight. Maybe in 4 or 5 years. At any rate, good evening, everybody. We'll try and start it on the right note. Let's find out what's new in the world of UFOs this week and what's coming up. And for that, of course, our roving journalist, George Knapp. George, good evening. Welcome to the program.
Well, this week we begin our UFO newscast with things that did not happen, which is sort of, as you know, the bane of what news is supposed to be.
Sure.
But which is all too appropriate in this crazy field. The first thing that did not happen is communication with the Mars Observer. NASA says the craft is either orbiting Mars, spinning toward deep space, or blown up. Take your pick. It really doesn't matter much to those who were waiting for information from that probe.
Is it now declared an absolute lost cause?
I don't think so. I think you've got people who are still hanging on that think that something might snap to life and that they still may get some information. I think, realistically, that's a pretty long shot. However, NASA has now appointed a team of experts to evaluate the possibility of another probe to the red planet, what it'll take, what the objective should be, and the ubiquitous Carl Sagan is on this panel, so we can almost rest assured, I think, that investigation of the Cydonia region, which is of primary interest, I think, to people interested in UFO and alien research, will not be a high priority on that next probe mission, assuming it ever happens at all. The second thing that did not happen is the big UFO event in New Mexico. As we have mentioned on previous programs, former government psychics had predicted a major event in New Mexico in the month of August. They staked their professional reputations on this prediction, and unless you and I, Art, have missed something on the newswire, their prediction was wrong.
George, you didn't say government psychics, did you?
Well, yeah, they did. They worked for the government, yes.
Can you elaborate on that? I had no idea we had government psychics.
Oh, we do. I think the first guest on your first program was probably more knowledgeable on the subject than I. Psychics is not perhaps the best term, but remote viewers is the term I think that's used in defense circles.
All right, that's what caught me.
Sure, they don't want to publicize it a great deal because that would be the sort of thing that would attract budget cutters looking for headlines, but yeah, they take it pretty seriously. Anyway, these folks had left government service and formed their own company in New Mexico and had staked their professional reputations on this prediction of a big UFO event, but there's been no UFO landing, no mass abductions, no spaceships zapping cacti, nothing. As we warned our listeners long ago, these types of UFO predictions come and go, and almost none of them amount to anything over the years. The real question in the wake of this is, why do these folks stick their necks out so far on such a prediction? What it means for the credibility of the ongoing remote viewer program run by the Department of Defense, and could this be another example of disinformation orchestrated by certain intelligence authorities to discredit or otherwise belittle UFO research in general? I'd be curious on Linda Howe's views on this stuff when you talk to her a little bit later. Art, we apparently have some pretty avid listeners in Clear Lake, California, and we'd like to say hello to them tonight. As we reported last week, Clear Lake is experiencing another wave of UFO sightings at present. It's nothing new, we're told. Residents say the same sort of weird lights and craft have been seen there for almost 40 years, It's kind of comparable to Fife, Alabama, which has had these periodic UFO episodes for as long as anyone can remember in that area.
Well, are there more of them lately, George? Why is Clear Lake suddenly in the news?
Only because the very efficient Angela Thompson has been following up the story and has been passing along the information to me. I think they have flaps every couple of years or so, and they're in the middle of one right now. The newspaper in Clear Lake has mentioned the program, Area 2000, in connection with its coverage of the UFO flap. And, hey, Clear Lake, give us a call and let us know what's going on up there. An update on the situation in Russia. As we have reported previously, we managed to obtain some material from alleged Russian UFO landing sites during our journey there earlier this year. The material, which consists of some strange glycerin-looking nodules, we got it from two so-called landing sites, UFO landing sites in the middle of nowhere. Russian scientists we talked to were unable to figure out what the stuff was. We managed to put it subtly, retrieve some of this, get it out of the country. We sent it to a very respected university-connected lab here in the U.S. for analysis. I've not yet received the final written report, but did speak to the research team leader. The bottom line is they don't know what it is either. This Russian doctor that we had spoken with had speculated he thought it might be some sort of cosmic seeding operation, and if you'll pardon the expression, some kind of like outer space sperm. However, the lab told us that whatever this stuff is, it does not appear to be biological. It's not a seed as we know seeds. The mystery persists because the experts were unable to tell us what it is, where it came from, why it was found in two separate sites, hundreds of miles apart.
Will you get a chemical breakdown eventually?
I hope so. They reproduced in nature. They are speculating that it might have something to do with lightning. When we get the final lab report on the material, we certainly will share it with our listeners.
You don't want to tell us how you got it out of Russia?
No, because I'm going to have to go back there.
All righty.
Stories about a UFO movie centered on Las Vegas scientist Bob Lazar are true. There has been considerable speculation about whether this matter is going to come to the big screen in UFO circles. Anyway, Lazar has reached an agreement with New Line Cinema. No word yet on when the cameras will roll. A side note for Lazar's many critics, he did not initiate this here. The movie didn't send to him. In fact, it's just perfect for the power concerning his story. Already, it has become apparent that some people out there don't want the movie to be made. Some junior UFO investigators have been scouring the country looking for, in their words, dirt on Lazar with the intention of sending that dirt on to the movie people and scuttling the project. Best of luck to those folks, but it isn't going to happen. The movie will. Finally, the initial reports from last week were true. The Clark County Library series of UFO lectures and films is sold out. In fact, all the tickets for 2 months worth of programs were gone in 2 days.
Wow.
This happens despite, as you know, Art, continued ridicule from other media here in Las Vegas, blind skepticism from science, concerning UFOs. I think there is an appreciation that regular people feel this topic is important. Regular people want to know what's going on, and I think your program really fills an important niche in that area.
And clearly, interest in it is growing quickly.
It's exactly right. I had a chance to talk to Dr. John Mack at Harvard a couple of months ago, and he feels there's a quickening of the interest in this, and maybe even feels that the visitors, call them aliens or whatever, they may be responsible for picking up the stuff on this. For their sake, it's right for them.
Well, that's excellent, George. That really does please me. Now, I got that means that the more legitimate researchers will begin to look into all of this, and maybe we have a chance of really getting somewhere shortly.
Sure hope so.
All right, George. Wonderful hearing from you as always. Thank you. That's George Knapp with a lot to say this morning, and of particular interest, those materials that he got out of Russia. And on another note that he mentioned, when we do get a little further into the program and get to a telephone segment, I, too, would like to ask that anybody in Clear Lake who can catch us up on what's going on over there would give us a call. I'm glad to know they're listening. Nice to hear they mentioned us in the Clear Lake newspaper. All right, time for a glimpse into another reality. That would be our Linda Howe, who I understand is at the airport or near the airport at an airport inn or something of that order, and is doing a lot of traveling, so I guess we'll find out what she's been up to right now. Glimpses of other realities. It comes from Linda Howe, now back in Philadelphia. Good evening, Linda.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
I spent the day in Rye, New Hampshire, which is up near Portsmouth and Exeter. For those listening who are familiar with the Betty and Barney Hill abduction case, it was up in that area that famous first abduction occurred. This was the annual New Hampshire MUFON conference. It occurs on a day, on a Sunday, has for the last 3 years, and this day there were nearly 600 people in the audience. It was one of our best attended, which several people, including John Mack, one of the speakers, he and I at lunch were talking about the fact that the grassroots interest in the phenomena seems to be growing conference to conference. The general audience is getting larger. And today, the people who did speak were John Mack and Richard Hoagland, and I'll talk a little bit about what he had to say about Mars in a second. Myself, Colin Andrews, and Pop Circles, and David Jacobs. Most of these people you've had on the program in the last couple of months. But I will start with a recap of what I think were some very important points that Dr. Mack made to set the day off in what everyone agreed was the focus of the conference and will continue to be probably the focus of much of our work in the coming years. And Dr. Mack put it in those ways. Other realities, glimpses of other realities is where we are headed with all of this phenomenon, because it is not just simply the extraterrestrial biological entity that we're dealing with. There appears to be other dimensional aspects to it. And in that context, he said that he's now studied 76 UFO abduction cases and has found an interesting evolution that he has been surprised in terms of the nature and complexity of the evolution of abductees themselves if they hang in there with him as a psychiatrist. That's his background at Harvard, and working with hypnosis, and has seen them go through terrific fear, terrific anger. Many people feel like that they have been raped by some kind of a physical entity or being, or taken against their will, or all kinds of physical violations that manifest in terrible trauma. As he said, he has never in his years as a psychiatrist seen the kind of trauma that he has seen when he has worked with the abductees in hypnosis. And yet, he said that in many cases now, if they hang in there and they continue to work together, they seem to come to a point, some kind of a breakthrough. And they pass the fear, they pass the trauma, they end up with a new sense that the abduction experience is concerned with the evolution of their spiritual life in some way. And in that context, he has found, and this has shocked him as a psychiatrist, he said it was very difficult for him in the beginning when these episodes began coming out, and that would be an abductee who, under hypnosis, trying to deal with the abduction experience, is being taken back to their birth, trying to find out where these experiences begin, and he's suddenly, apparently, in another life, and in another life, the same beings or beings that look like the ones that were involved in the abduction in this life are in what appears to be another life. And so Dr. Mack himself, a professor of psychiatry at Harvard University, who 4 years ago did not, as he said, know what he was getting into, and has been finding his own curiosity provoked to the point he has studied and worked with 76 people, is now finding that the whole idea of reincarnative cycles, life to life, is becoming part of his research, and that the same alien beings are in these other lives too, that there's some connection between the alien beings and a particular abductee's current life. Now, what that is headed toward in terms of understanding the implications of all this for the human-alien interaction in the past, present, and future is a huge unknown, and I think that there will probably be more and more reports over the next year or two or three in this particular area, and I hope to be bringing more information about this kind of other aspect of a reality that also touches perhaps into the near-death experiences. That's something we don't know yet, but Ken Ring's work certainly suggests that there are parallels between what happens to abductees and what happens at the moment of death.
Boy, that is really fascinating, Linda. Do you think the two areas of study will somehow merge at some point? It sounds like it's possible.
Well, in my own research, I am exploring both all the time, and Dr. Mack and I and others, we see each other on a somewhat regular basis at conferences, and I think what will continue to happen is we will keep sharing our own research and our insights about all of this, and as we see something that seems to be another insight, I will certainly report it on Area 2000, and so the radio listeners and you and I and George and all of us, I feel like we're all learning together as we move along each week, and we really are bringing glimpses of other realities because none of us know the answers, and every week something new happens. The next speaker was Richard Hoagland, and there were 2 hours of his particular focus of research about Mars and his, I guess you would say almost 10-year mission to convince the world that there is an artificially constructed face up there that's a mile long and 1,500 feet high, and that it was placed there according to his estimates based on a whole variety of research they've been doing, way before the current cycle of Homo sapien here, let's say in the last 25 or 50,000 years. He's placing it back much further than that. And he explained that this work that he's been doing on the face on Mars and other structures has now been awarded a major scientific honor in Sweden just in the past week or two, because Sweden believes that the mathematical work that people like Torin it's in Washington, D.C., Errol Torin, who works for the Defense Mapping Agency, has been involved with research on the mathematical relationships on Mars. Mark Carlotto at the Analytical Sciences Corporation in Reading, Massachusetts, has been using computer enhancement to look at this space, to look at other objects that are within about 10 miles of this space in a region called Cydonia that appear to be at least pyramidal looking. They look sort of like pyramids in these computer-enhanced photographs. And because the math, the angles, and the relationships between the face and these pyramid-like structures appear to have consistencies, patterns that repeat over and over and over again, it is reinforcing the idea that Hoagland introduced 10 years ago or so in his book work, The Monuments on Mars, that it is artificially constructed and that it is very ancient, that it was something that was there once upon a time and left these huge, gigantic markers on the surface of Mars. And the big question is, why? Now, he personally stated at the conference today that he has sources that are suggesting, as George has talked about, that the orbiter is actually not in a failure mode, but has continued to function on some kind of classified channel because they wanted to get pictures of this region and other regions of Mars secretly.
All right, Linda, I've got to stop you here because somebody faxed me something that I'm sitting on, and I don't know what to make of it. It appeared in a publication called the Weekly World News, September 14th edition. It purports to be a rather high-resolution picture of the face on Mars, and it is absolutely startling. And I guess I'm going to have to figure a way to fax it to you or get it to you. It comes with a story. It says that this was taken on August 20th. This August 20th.
Well, if it were anything else but the World Weekly News,
you'd be ready. Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Seriously, but these are favors. Rather than all this year, we always get leaks here and there, and Hoagland is saying that he's had what he considers to be firmer leaks than just speculation or the Weekly World News, that something actually is still functioning on Mars, but that the government does not want us to know anything yet until they've had a chance to analyze what's up there. Now, I suppose there are two possibilities. One is that it is not functioning and we'll never know and they're going to have to relaunch something. Or they are getting some kind of data and then somebody's going to have to come up with a scenario of how they would reintroduce this lost satellite orbiting around Mars so that they might reintroduce some data from a planet that we haven't been to since 1976.
Well, Linda, they have been right along suggesting that, they may regain contact, so they're leaving the door open.
Yeah, and that may actually reinforce what Richard Hoagland had to say today in New Hampshire about this new information, that it actually is functioning. He also suggested that in December that there will be a NASA mission to repair the Hubble telescope.
Right.
And he was indicating that he believes that the mission, the repair mission itself, is also a type of cover-up, but they actually are going to be using that telescope to focus on some kind of multiple asteroid-like objects that are supposed to be coming into the solar system right now and that they want to track on Hubble. But what we now have, since this is in September, it's not very long until we get to December. We've only got 2 or 3 months to see how is information about Mars, the Hubble telescope, asteroids, how is it going to be handled, and is there something that is going to come out of all of this that will culminate maybe in the government finally telling us something straight about the whole alien connection. That's what I'm hoping will happen.
Wow. Well, I'll hope along with you. And
let me just give you one quick update, and then I'll pass it on to you.
All right.
And that is, I got a call Friday before I left for New Hampshire from Dr. Levinger. And we had a chance to look at that black tissue around the wheat food from that enormous 445-foot formation in Tree Hill that I talked with you all about now 3 or 4 weeks ago when I was in England. That first night I got to Alton Barnes, and this big, enormous, beautiful formation was laid out in that wheat field. And he's had a chance to look at what's called the electrical conductivity across the black tissue on those feeds from inside the formation, and says they line up right down the line with a very unusual pattern of electric conductivity and oscillation of this tissue that he has found in the Utica, New York formation, the Kennewick, Washington formation, and others in Canada, the United States, Australia, and England that fall into another pattern of other anomalous changes in the plants that Dr. Levinger, a biophysicist, says cannot be hoaxed. So, for those caught up in the politics of cynicism out there that are convinced that Doug and Dave, Jim Schnabel, and Robert Irving must be making all of these, they are going to have to show Dr. Levinger and the scientists how they are actually changing the fundamental microfibril structure of seeds and roots.
No, that's absolutely remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. I would like to understand a little more of what that means. In other words, is there any other way, naturally or with what these hoaxers were doing, that this change, it's hard to even know what to ask, Linda, and what, in his opinion, could have produced this change in the structure, molecular structure?
Yeah. He did this experiment, devised it, because last year, actually going back 18 months ago, he had seen enough changes in the plants that included bending of nodes. Plants, wheat should be growing straight. And in the formations, and this has been repeated now in many countries for 2 years, in formations, the node will be bent on the ground without cracking at the surface of the earth. But 6 or 8 inches out to the, let's say, the first or second growth node, all of a sudden the wheat is taking a 45 or 90 degree angle. It is something that cannot be hoaxed. It means that there's an actual change in the cell structure of the plant stem and the growth node for the stem to actually take off suddenly into a bend and to have many of those inside of a formation and none of those in the control wheat outside. That's one particular demonstration of a dramatic change in the formation.
That's absolutely incredible.
And this is very consistent with his hypothesis that was one of many changes that he said there's an intent intense energy that is interacting with the plants and the formations that is affecting the fundamental biochemistry and biophysics of the plant. And so he hypothesized if it was as intense as he was seeing in these other changes, he guessed that it was actually changing the microfibril level of the plant, which would mean down getting close to the cellular level. And that's where electrical conductivity would take place across this particular bract tissue.
I see. So
Yeah, and so this experiment was to say he knew how the electrical conductivity would work in control plants. So he said, what would I find out if I did this experiment on plants from the formations? Would I see a change? And he has seen a consistent change.
Well, there's some hot information. Linda Howe, where are you going to be next week? You're going to still
I'm going to be moving around in the mid part of the country going west, and by next Sunday I will be in Denver, and I will give you a number there where I will be, and by then I'll also have some new information.
Wonderful, Linda.
Okay, you guys.
As always, thank you.
Cheers.
Linda Howe and her glimpses of other realities. And in a moment, Dr. Michael D. Swords. Stay right where you are. You're listening to Area 2000.
From Jackie Gone's Plaza downtown, this is KDWN Las Vegas.
Good evening, everybody. This is Area 2000. I'm Art Bell. Michael D. Swords is a professor of natural science at Western Michigan University in Kalamazoo, Michigan. He graduated from the University of Notre Dame in 1962 with a B.S. degree in chemistry. Also holds an M.S. degree from Iowa State University in biochemistry. A B.A.D. from Case Western Reserve University. His major professional involvements are teaching and writing in the areas of general sciences and anomalous phenomena. His teaching centers about human biology, the history and philosophy of science, scientific methodology, and the parasciences, of which UFOlogy or ufology is a member. His writings have concentrated mainly on topics in ufology, parapsychology, and cryptozoology, which we'll ask about, and several have been published in the MUFON UFO Journal. He has won his university's Teaching Excellence Award in 1978. Dr. Swords is a member of several professional and parascientific societies, including the American Association for the Advancement of Science, the American Association of University Professors, the Society for Scientific Exploration, and, of course, the Mutual UFO Network, or MUFON. He serves as a MUFON consultant and was in the same capacity for the Aerial Phenomenon Research Organization. The International Fortina Organization, we'll ask about that too, and is a member of the advisory panel for the Society for the Investigation of the Unexplained. He is a board member of the J. Allen Hynek Center for UFO Studies and is the editor of Ufology's academic journal, the Journal of UFO Studies. Dr. Swords originally spoke at the MUFON 1986 UFO Symposium in East Lansing, Michigan, a talk for which the current presentation will be an extension. He has recently presented materials at the Abductions Conference of Treat 2, as well as the National Science Teachers Association. Dr. Swords may be contacted at the Department of General Studies, Western Michigan University at Kalamazoo. And now, Dr. Swords. Dr. Swords, good evening.
Hello, how are you?
All the way to Michigan. I am fine, and I hope you are as well.
Yes, it's been interesting listening so far.
Well, one of the things that caught my eye about you, Doctor, was I know that you mainly do research into other people's research as opposed to conducting your own.
Yeah, I'm not a case researcher.
Right. And one of the things that you said, and I'm going to enjoy this, is that you are not a yes man for anybody's theory.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, if I was given the job of critiquing most of the things that had been talked about on the show so far tonight, I would have to hedge a little bit on almost everything, if not quite a bit.
Okay, good. Well, that's a good, healthy attitude. What did you happen to think of what Linda said about the molecular changes in the wheat? What doubt would you cast on that offered information?
Now, one of the things that
is a problem in all UFO research, and it is lopped on over into crop circles research, is that there are not many people actually doing tests. So that you have a fellow like Dr. Levengood, and I have no reason to suspect that Dr. Levengood is not a very good scientist, but you have him do a piece of research. He's not actually on the site himself. He doesn't do his own sampling. Somebody else does that for him over there and then sends it back to Michigan. And then no one else except Dr. Levengood, who to some degree is working at very long range, rechecks the information. So something like Dr. Levengood's work could be brilliantly correct, but from the point of view of the academic community, since it's such an extraordinary thing, you'd want to have a researcher right on the site doing this stuff and then following in kind of a team research mode all the way through to the data, because it's a matter of trust, after all, as to whether everything was done properly all the way down the line. I don't really have that much negative to say about Levengood's work. I think it's pretty interesting stuff. It just needs to be repeated.
Well, as you've looked into what all these other researchers have been doing, and I try to ask every guest I have this same question, are you personally convinced, or do you lean toward the theory that, or the fact that we are indeed being visited? In other words, is something really going on? In your view, have you come to that personal conclusion?
I don't think there's any question that the UFO phenomena entails some very major mysteries which could very well be extraterrestrial produced. But the UFO phenomena at large, I think, is composed of mostly errors. And so when in other words, I don't think it's as robust a phenomena as people tend to want to make it, who kind of want to keep the excitement going in almost like a Saturday morning cartoon style. In the United States, the folks are impatient and we want a miracle on the street corner every second. I think that the UFO phenomenon has a lot of great cases in it for which the most prominent hypothesis would be an extraterrestrial hypothesis. I think the abduction phenomena also have some great cases in it, but the vast majority of these things are very unconvincing, and a lot of the stuff that has accreted to the UFO phenomena is, I think, erroneously stuck in there.
Well, I'm wondering, as you look at the various researchers' work, for example, abductions you mentioned, how do you sift through, or what methodology do you use for trying to determine what has some credibility and conversely what does not?
Well, the abductions thing is a very difficult thing to understand. But you have two kinds of researchers, basically. You have researchers who become very personally involved with their clients, and God bless them for that, because these people are hurting. But at the same time that they do that, they don't really gain any information that you could count on as objectively gained in some way. In other words, they're more like client counselors than they are researchers. Then you have other individuals who proceed according to sort of old-fashioned UFO research, that go to the trouble of checking the people's backgrounds out and talking to other people who know them, trying to give some feeling for the observer credibility. So the first thing I do is I look at the research methodology of the person who is of the researcher who's making the claims. And when a researcher who seems to be very thorough and also has done a good job of checking observer credibility comes out with a statement that these are the various facts, at least as presented by the reporter, then I say, well, now that's probably a true anomaly, especially when it matches up with what other researchers are reporting. But for the people who... well,
all right, how much of that do you find versus the other?
I find, unfortunately nowadays, I find rather small amounts of true old-time UFO research on abduction cases. Almost everybody wants to have sympathy and rapport, for very good reasons, with the people who have come to them, and they can't bring themselves to really do the in-depth character background checks so that you could really say that you knew whether this was a true case or a wannabe case or a case that's asking something else.
So then, probably the best way to determine is to look into the alleged victim's background, and if their background is solid, then you would lean toward concluding their story, maybe.
Yes, I would at least lean towards concluding that they absolutely believe what they're saying to be true. If then the pattern in what they're saying seems to match other things that they would have no good reason for knowing and matching, then I would say this is very likely a good case.
Doctor, how much regard do you have for regressive hypnosis in these cases?
I think regressive hypnosis is capable of being a very good tool. We've had some individuals who've used that, like Dick Haynes has a method of using that I think is perfectly good. We have a lot of different kinds of hypnotists that have used the thing with different sorts of methods, and they seem to come out with the same basic pattern, so I see no reason to suspect that hypnosis is screwing the works up.
In some of your publications, you've written about something called the wow signal, and that intrigued me. I'm very much a radio person. What is the wow signal?
Wow signal was something that came in during a very early search for extraterrestrial intelligence by the Ohio State University radio telescope. I've forgotten whether it was in the 60s or when, but it was pretty far back in time.
Mm-hmm.
And they were just doing automated sky scans, and one evening as the thing passed across the sky, it got a tremendous burst of energy from a certain place in space. This was not noticed until the next morning when a graduate student came in and looked at the readout and was so blown away he wrote "wow" next to the thing. That's how it got its name.
I see.
Of course, they went back and they rescanned the sky in that area to try to find out what it was that gave the signal. They were never able to pick it up again.
Do you know what the nature of the signal was? Was it just pure white noise energy? Was there any... the wow must have been because there was some pattern or something.
It was energy at a certain specific wavelength in the spectrum. I don't recall what the wavelength was right now, but the machine was scanning just a certain narrow band of the spectrum. This is not too much unlike what they've recently claimed for the big search that's gone on with Jill Tarter and Carl Sagan and Frank Drake, where they think that they've picked up maybe 50 or 60 different of these one-time only signals out there and never been able to relocate them again, all in different parts of the sky, so no repeatability.
And again, with the current search going on, which they've renamed, I can't recall the new name for it, but I think it's funded to the tune of about $100 million. The report from those folks so far would be basically negative or nothing that would earn a wow.
So we'll have to see how much kind of a thing that they want to run on the politicians who they're trying to get more money from to see what spin they put on it. But I think intellectually, honestly, you'd have to say that their results are negative, but they're going to feature, I'm sure, the fact that they've got these one-time glitches or whatever it was in the signals from these various points in space to hold out as a carrot that this thing is probably worth continuing.
I see.
That's what I predict.
Sure. Let me try this one with you. Linda Howe was mentioning something we frequently talk about in this program, the possibility of parallel universes, and I was particularly intrigued with her mention of the possible tie-in between reincarnation, parallel universes, and this business with UFOs and abductions. Is there any possibility, or is it much too much of a reach to imagine that one day there will be a kind of a merge that will occur, or there is some sort of connection? What are your feelings?
Well, yeah, if one assumes that the so-called abduction phenomenon is not just one phenomenon, but it's in fact a lot of different things that are causing something that sort of looks the same on the surface, then you might be able to say, well, there's one part of this thing that looks like it's ET-based, and there's one part of this thing that looks like it's, say, some kind of a peculiar human mental carnival, and that there's maybe some other kind of thing that's much more paranormal. I don't see at this stage of our investigations, of our knowledge, how one would want to be too confident in making any claims in one of those areas. But I would say this, that you can certainly imagine a cosmos that has reincarnation in it that has nothing to do with parallel realities in any sense other than kind of a loop through a disembodied spiritual existence. You don't have to have a Jacques Vallée and Magonian type parallel reality or something like that. And I would say that if you're going to try to speculate about ET people being involved in past lives, well, there better be a lot more evidence for this than what we've heard so far from Dr. Mack.
All right, let us return to an earlier time, maybe the beginning of the modern UFO phenomenon, and that, of course, is to 1947 and the Roswell business. I take it that there's been so much done on that since you study what others have done that you've looked at Roswell and the studies done on it very carefully. What have you concluded about that incident?
I think that Roswell is the one other thing in UFO research other than abductions research that's really worth doing right now. From what I can tell from the Roswell research that's done by Kevin Randall and Don Schmidt, that case just continues to look stronger and stronger through time. It has fought off the challenges of maybe 20 different alternative hypotheses that people keep throwing out. The more witnesses that are dug up, instead of having the idea dissipate and fragment into a lot of nonsense, the story just seems to grow tighter. So I went into that Roswell thing thinking that it just couldn't possibly be true because it would change the whole nature of the space program and everything else. And I've been disabused of all that stuff by this stage. I think the Roswell case, along with the better abduction cases, are by far and away the most important thing we're doing right now.
All right, well then let's stick with Roswell for a moment. Can you run us through it a little bit? What is it that you find so convincing as you've studied it about Roswell?
Well, the first thing is the fact that the initial witness who cracked the story was a man of such importance in the armed forces, a high-level intelligence major who almost no matter what kind of a game you try to think up would be serving no good intelligence purpose in breaking the Roswell story the way he broke it. The second thing is that at this time there are probably between 1 and 2 dozen different first-hand witnesses to the metal pieces that were scattered around the Brazil Ranch, and their descriptions of the metal pieces and also some of the other debris, they match perfectly, and the characteristics of this metal are 2 different kinds of it, especially the one that was the unbendable, unburnable kind, and the other that was the clumpable, but then it would refold into its own shape. These are metal alloys that you look back and as to what our metallurgy was in 1947, we couldn't do that stuff. Mm-hmm. So it gets to be pretty difficult to just wave off, say, 15 to 20 first-hand witnesses who are describing a couple of different metal forms that we couldn't make at the time.
Well, of course, after Roswell, there were some initial reports that seemed quite clear, early reports. Then all of a sudden we began to get the government involved, the weather balloon story and so forth. You must have looked at all that very carefully as well.
Now those alternative reports, they have been tracked down with amazing efficiency by Don Schmidt and Kevin Randall to the point of first-hand records for launchings of balloon types and of different sorts of missiles and all of these things. And not only do none of them match any of the described characteristics of the material, but all the known launches of anything have been accounted for. So I think that's just all smokescreen.
All right. What about the part of the story that suggests there were alien beings there, that they were picked up and taken, I think, to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base? All of that hold up?
The alien beings part of the story is not as strong as the debris part of the story, but once you get the debris part of the story sort of established in your mind, it's a lot easier to buy into the craft occupants, especially since on one or two rare occasions a witness will talk some about both. And so if that person was credible on the metals, that person is probably credible on the beings. Still, in terms of the so-called body site, because there are two different locations, a debris field in one area and then a body site much closer to the town of Roswell, that body site is still pretty much a work in progress research-wise. There are prime witnesses for that. I've been in the presence of a couple of these people. They are still holding on to their anonymity. I think one of them is about to be willing to come out and be quoted all over the place. But that's still a work in progress, and that needs to be firmed up before too much is claimed.
All right. Well, all this works very easily then into the government cover-up aspect of this. And there have been all kinds of documents over the years that have come out purporting to be government documents, briefing papers for Eisenhower, and all sorts of things, as you know, have come out. What have you concluded as you've looked at this aspect of it, the government cover-up aspect?
As far as the government cover-up of Roswell, I haven't been impressed with any of the documents that specifically claim to relate to that. But as far as government cover-up is concerned, that's just obvious. That's been obvious ever since David Jacobs wrote his history of the UFO phenomena way back in the 70s. As soon as people got inside the Robertson panel information and also into the Condon report information, these are the two major government elements that existed. One which ended up with the idea of completely debunking the UFO field forever because of national security reasons, and the other one was a so-called scientific study that was a debunking study from the beginning. As soon as those internal documents were revealed, it was obvious that you had nothing going on except a big cover-up, and we've done nothing but to indicate more of the same with all the FOIA documents and things.
And as a matter of national security, from what perspective?
Well, there's a lot of reasons that it can be a matter of national security, but I'll give you the main one that the Robertson panel suggested. The Robertson panel was a CIA panel, for listeners who haven't heard about this, in 1952, very late in the year, actually early 1953, that was composed of 5 major scientists, and they recommended actually a downplaying of UFO phenomena because, namely, during the previous summer, which was a big flap, probably the second biggest of all time, the communication channels within the military were so clogged by citizens calling in that they considered it as having weakened the country's ability to respond to a real attack from the Soviet Union. And so they felt that if so-called UFO hysteria or enthusiasm or whatever you want to call it was allowed to just go unchecked, that they would continuously be vulnerable from, say, the Soviet Union messing with us and doing things to stimulate a lot of calling in and swapping the phone lines, and then maybe be able to have a more successful attack come in after, say, a fake UFO wave of some kind.
That's something. Well, there are so many governments in the world, and if we have decided to cover it all up, or for the reasons you just suggested, or even others, what about all the other governments in the world?
It would be my opinion that our government was the only one fortunate enough to have a crash come down and ended up with something really amazing that it had to cover up for more reasons of concern for various social and economic institutions in the country, and that would be the Roswell thing, and the other countries wouldn't have to be bothered with something like that. Now, some people say that back in those days, in 1947, that would have been such a big thing that we would have had to have gone to the other major powers in the world and informed them at least somewhat and gotten a gentleman's agreement to keep the lid on the crash saucer case. But as far as other governments were concerned, I don't know what their thinking process would have been. Certainly the Soviets would have had a somewhat similar concern to ours, with the voice from the Robertson panel.
Sure, I'm sure they would have. we're now beginning, of course, with the Soviet Union breaking up and with Russia being so much more open. As you may have heard, George was actually able to get some materials out that never could have been done previously. There should be a lot of new information coming from Russia and the other republics. Are we getting much?
I don't think so. You keep hearing rumors of this, but I would caution listeners to remember that the Soviet Union, for a very long time, has had a record of having isolated researchers who were pretty much unchecked by anything but their own imaginations, who claim almost anything out in the boondocks. And so unless we get some extremely good, trustworthy information from research institutes that are backed by known scientists, I would not just automatically swallow any stuff that comes from the Soviet Union. Now, the other thing to say about that is, though, that Dr. Haynes from NASA Ames, which is someone that you may get on your program sometime, he's a very good scientist, he has made a link with Soviet scientists who are interested in UFOs, and it's hoped that as this liaison becomes more firm, that we will get some genuinely good case research out of them, but to my knowledge, that has not yet happened.
All right. One popular theory, and one of my favorite subjects, is time travel, and I noticed that you'd written something on UFOs as time travelers with a question mark after it. It is at least as possible a theory, when we're left with nothing but theories, to imagine as any other. Could it be that what we regard as UFOs from elsewhere actually are from our future? Is that possible?
Well, for Walt Andrus in the MUFON Journal some time ago, I wrote actually a pair of papers separated by a couple of years to try to analyze whether that theory could make any sense or not. When you take a look at the shape of the typical UFOnaut, it turns out kind of amusingly, to me at least, that critter does look like something that you might expect due to what's called a neoteny shift, or a gene rate growth shift, so that our own human species might tend to look a little bit more like our own fetuses grown up, to say. And so I thought, well, that's kind of amazing that the biological part of this thing could actually make some sense, that it would be the same species just in a future mode.
Is there anybody, Doctor, doing any work on computer projections, one might imagine, of how we might continue to evolve?
No, and the reason why is that when you look at the thing in terms of the theory of evolution, it doesn't make any sense. We basically have stopped our evolution. Now, we're not going to change on the basis of just natural activity. Now, we might choose genetically re-engineer ourselves, but and that would have to do with this neoteny shift.
Boy, that's fascinating. You're concluding we have stopped our evolution. And then what? Now I'm pushed on time. I've got to do a newscast at the top of the hour. I would like to come back and continue this with you. So relax for about 5 minutes. We'll do some news and come back to you, Doctor.
Okay.
All right. Dr. Michael D. Swords from Michigan with us. More Area 2000 coming up. I'm Art Bell.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Area 2000. I'm Art Bell. I'd like to remind you, if you have information on something involving
UFOs, parapsychology, life after death, we would like to have you, encourage you, in fact, to contact the Bigelow Foundation. They are the mentors for this program, and a great deal of research that is done generally into UFOs, life after death. You can contact the Bigelow Foundation at area code 702-456-1606. Your contact there, Angela Thompson. Area code 702-456-1606. Back now, or in just a moment, to Dr. Michael Swords, who is somebody who looks into other people's work and investigation. And I've got a couple of questions continuing on evolution here. In the metropolitan area of Las Vegas, you're welcome to get on the phone lines and line up to ask the doctor a question if you'd like. The local number, of course, is 383-8255. 383-8255. Toll free from outside the state of Nevada. Our number is 1-800-338-8255. Take these down, please. 1-800-338-8255. The wildcard direct dial lines are area code 702-385-7214, 7214. And finally, if you have never called at all, you're welcome, of course, on the first-time caller line, which is area code 702-385-7213 or 7213. With that, back now to Kalamazoo, Michigan, and Dr. Swartz. Good evening again, Doctor. We were on this, you really stopped me when you said that our evolution has stopped. How do you conclude that?
Now, that's actually something that biologists have known ever since the theory of natural selection has got so much evidence to support it, because the way biological evolution proceeds is it only works when the offending characteristic, a characteristic that you don't want to have, is a characteristic that will kill you prior to you being able to mate and pass on the genes that create that characteristic. Or it's a characteristic that makes you so sexually unattractive that nobody wants to mate with you.
So it is determined then by environmental considerations which are now stable?
Well, the thing that stabilizes the thing is the fact that we have brains, and we don't wait around anymore to die. Instead, the person with an appendix that gets ill has the appendix simply taken out. There's no evolutionary pressure for people with appendices to die anymore. The person who has a huge wart on his nose and nobody likes him could have that wart removed if he wanted to. You know, it's that kind of thing. Our intelligence allows us to adapt to negative conditions immediately rather than waiting around for the next generation to get lucky genetically.
Suppose there are stark environmental changes. The ozone dries up and blows away. The planet begins to heat. One of the things suggested by some of the things suggested by the environmentalists, would that then trigger some evolutionary modification in human beings?
Only if the catastrophe was so large that it destroyed our ability to technologically react to it. As long as we still have technology that would allow us to react to whatever this thing you're talking about is and preserve the life until it has a chance to mate, then it would have no effect.
Fascinating.
The catastrophe is big enough that it downs our technology, then we'll be back into the game of life then.
Fascinating. There are a lot of people who suggest that one of the motivations for the intervention by extraterrestrials would be connected to genetics. And I'm sure you've looked into that aspect. What are your comments?
Well, I have tried for years to get David Jacobs and Bud Hopkins off of that because it does not make any sense whatsoever. And finally, I think I've succeeded in getting Dr. Jacobs to change the way he talks about what he found. And he's talking now more about hybrids in the sense of changing human genes rather than trying to mate alien genes to human genes, which is a theory that just doesn't make any sense at all. So if aliens are messing around with our genetics, they're simply messing around with our genetics to change us in some way, not to mate us with them. And that becomes very mysterious as to why they would be bothering.
All right. Since you, again, look into everybody else's work, and that's what you do, this question would be a good one. I've been looking into all this and interviewing people for years now, and I have noticed that ufologists seem to eat each other alive.
Yes.
And I would like your comments on that and how damaging it is to the overall credibility of the investigators.
I think that your observation about this being a mean streets as far as research is concerned is unfortunately more than accurate. There are some people who do not engage in that kind of personality bashing, who somehow manage to stay above it, but almost everybody manages to get down into this. The reason why I think that happens is that UFOs are something that the majority of people in the country seem so anxious to want to ignore or to ridicule or get rid of in some sort of way that the researchers in the field think that they have to be perfect. And as they try to be perfect, they end up taking some kind of extremist positions that will never allow themselves to admit that even some little part of what they've done is wrong. This ends up then when somebody comes back and tries to mention, perhaps even in a nice way, that some part of what they have done is wrong, it becomes very personal with them. I think the other reason why it happens all the time is that most of the folks who are doing research in UFOs are amateurs. And I don't use that word in any pejorative sense. I'm using it in the old English word of people who love what they're doing, but they're not doing the thing that's an academic style. And because of that, it just creates an environment that maximizes all the tiniest little errors to the worst possible end, and it really hurts the field getting any kind of credibility.
Well, and maybe adding to it all is disinformation. Is there or is there not, in your opinion, an active disinformation campaign by the government or any other agency or peoples? Is there a lot of intentional disinformation out there?
Well, that's a tougher one to know because the people doing the disinformation, if they are professionals and they're very good at it. But there are known cases of UFO researchers themselves who have created disinformation for whatever crazy reasons they had going on in their head. Also, when you look at the Roswell investigation, there are hints in various places up and down the line that there's been some disinformation and some research blocking going on there. But if you're talking about the big guys in the Pentagon-shaped building and that outfit, that's harder to document because those people are good at what they do.
I've got to ask, what is cryptozoology?
Cryptozoology is, that means hidden animal forms. And so that's the group of people who's headed by Richard Greenwell in Tucson, Arizona, and Grover Krantz at Washington State, and Roy Mack at Chicago, and that they look for the Loch Ness Monster and Bigfoot and the Bomble Snowman, dinosaurs in Africa, etc.
All right. I just wanted to know, and then just down below it is something that really piques my interest. It's simply entitled Disappearing Stars, and I have a man who calls me on my syndicated radio show and is doing research into precisely that, disappearing stars. He claims that stars at different moments actually do, for varying periods of time, disappear. What do you know about that?
Well, for one thing, there is a known astronomical phenomena which causes a star to seem to dim out to us. These are extreme variable stars, and that they go from a very high magnitude to a very low one as part of a cycle that probably signals the end of their life. But that's probably not the most interesting kind of disappearing star.
No, this man is referring to ones that disappear and then at the same intensity later reappear, and he has a certain theory about that.
Oscillating stars would in fact do that, and it would be a known phenomenon that would be occurring probably near the end of a star's life as a variable. But the things that are more puzzling for standard science anyway are cases where you have a very accurate advance from the 20th century who everything else on his maps looked like it couldn't be better, and yet here will be a rather prominent star sitting there and we can't find it anymore. So there seems to be a case of a star that really did just disappear, and what in the world could be going on there, no one knows.
All right. I would like to get to the telephones, if I could. We have a lot of people who would like to talk to you, Doctor.
Oh, yeah. In the show, it's fine by me.
All right, good. Let's get to a few questions. Wildcard line 3, good evening. You're on the air in Las Vegas with Michael Swords, Dr. Michael Swords.
Hello, Art and Michael Swords. I've got kind of a two-part question. First, with the so-called technology that these aliens have, how come they're crashing on, like Roswell? And the second part of the question is, are these people forcibly being told to keep quiet? Maybe, due to threat of personal injury or scandal or that type of thing. All right, now I'll listen off the air.
I'm not sure I have the second part of what people are you referring to, sir?
Well, the people of Roswell.
Oh, I see.
The witnesses and all that,
All right. That is a good question. Thank you. First of all, Doctor, his question, if they have all this technology, why are they crashing?
Well, from what I can tell from looking at the literature of crashes, there's probably only been one crash. The second thing I would say is that we've got a lot of pretty clever technology, too, and we make all kinds of foul-ups. I would assume that Murphy will continue to live in outer space for time immemorial. The third thing is it's suggested that the Roswell event occurred during a rather large high-voltage thunderstorm. It could possibly be that this thing merged into that without really knowing that it could get electronic glitches in it by a direct strike. But the fourth thing to really say is, well, why sit around and speculate when we don't know what their technology is? Let's just go with the empirical evidence as we find it. The empirical evidence seems to indicate something very strange crashed. Now, as far as that other question was concerned about the
people being threatened or shut up.
Threatened or not, there's a lot of evidence that people were threatened in Roswell. And especially the civilians, very severely threatened, kind of embarrassingly threatened from your and my viewpoint as an American, like we wouldn't do that to the citizens. But they, of course, are now just angry at this stage in life. But
well, you said there's a lot of evidence. Can you give an example when you say there's evidence they were threatened? For example, what?
Now, let's say you could go to perhaps 6 or 8 people down in the Roswell area right now and ask them what had happened with their father and mother or themselves, if they're very much of an oldster still around, that caused them to have all this nervousness after this event was over, and they will tell you all, even though they don't know one another necessarily, that they got these similar messages from the government telling them that they were not supposed to talk to them or they were going to be harmed under their family, and in the case of the parents to the children, or the people were going to be taken away and never see them again. I mean, outrageous sounding stuff. As far as the military people are concerned, the military people mostly don't feel threatened. They just simply feel that they have made a personal duty vow and that they're not going to break it, and that since their commanding officer is now dead, why they can't find someone who will be able to relieve them of their vow.
Presume for a moment all of this is true. The government is covering it up. They know. If you personally had all of the evidence you needed, and you could have a news conference, and you could beyond any shadow of a doubt announce to the world that, oh yes, it's real, oh yes, they've been here, here's the proof, would you release it?
I might give... that question has gone through my mind quite a bit, because there's about 12 or 15 different reasons why you might not want to release it.
Exactly.
And all these things involve some pretty serious stuff about government reaction, people reaction, economic reaction, etc. to these things. And I might possibly give the government one last chance to explain to me why I shouldn't release it. Try to get in contact with them and say, this is something I've got. Of course, I'd protect myself on that, but I might give them one last shot to try to explain to me why I shouldn't be doing this.
And if they were to produce studies that showed you that the American people would react very poorly, that it would be disruptive of the entire social structure, that religion would be in danger of collapse and so forth, would that be enough?
If they could prove that to me, I think I'd swallow it. But it's my belief that they can't prove that to me. Richard Hall has recently asked a bunch of us to write some essays on this exact topic, and I've gone down through the whole list of things, and I could see their reasoning for not wanting to release the information. I think right now we're at a stage where probably releasing the information would be the better thing to do.
Have we been in a period of time, with all of these motion pictures and all the rest of it, and even this type of show, where we are, in essence, preparing the American people to receive that information without going off the deep end?
Yes and no on that. Shows like yours probably yes for most of the speakers on the show, but the no part is the abductions part. And unless people like John Mack are correct, and this is some kind of a benign thing, the Bud Hopkins David Jacobs scenario, this thing being kind of horrible, is precisely the thing that would not want you to release information that this is real and it's going on and you can get plucked at any time and nobody has defense against it.
All right. Then that brings up another good question. With everything you've looked at, would you say this is in all likelihood something that is, as far as we're concerned, horrible if we knew about it, or is it basically benign?
It's my guess that, and this is just a guess, and for goodness sakes, don't rate this as anything more important than one person's opinion, but the guess is that because human beings do not seem to have been deliberately harmed in some physical way, now admittedly there are some possible exceptions to that in some of the claimed cases, but I still think that some of that stuff is pretty loose as far as the claims. But I would say that the worst case scenario that I see so far would be of some self-centered group of individuals, ETs or whatever, that were using human emotions in some kind of a way, but did not intend any kind of a permanent harm to the host. And so because we have been able to live with the shadow of the atomic bomb hanging over our head, I'm not so sure that we're fit to live with the shadow of this hanging over our head, knowing that we're going to get up in the morning and basically get another form of abuse after a while.
Plus, I suppose the conjecture that if they have this technology and meant us harm, we'd be harmed.
Yeah, and unless for some reason they want some other kind of thing out of us first, and then still would be looking for harm afterwards. There's always a possibility.
All right. Line 1, good evening. You're on the air with Dr. Swords, who is in Michigan.
Well, good evening.
Good evening.
I heard it's very interesting that you brought that particular part up. It wasn't exactly what I called about, but had a chance to talk to my grandmother a while back, who remembers the night of the War of the Worlds radio show.
Yes.
And I think the biggest answer to your question about why they don't tell anybody is look at the reaction of that. I mentioned that to you once before, but the interesting information that I didn't have on that at that time was that people were killing themselves and killing their children because they really thought that that these beings were visiting Earth. As well.
Well, of course, if you ever heard that radio show, it was awful. I mean, they were zapping people, eating people, people. It was not a benign visit. So that was then, and that is an interesting subject. Well, I'll ask the doctor about it in a moment.
The thing on that, though, that I want to elaborate on, Art, is that, maybe the times have changed and our technology has gotten a little bit better, but human nature is human nature. I mean, if I were out and it seems really funny to me that the only people that really get a chance to experience this kind of stuff is Billy Joe Bob, who lives, out in Boo-Foo land. The thing that really struck me about human nature is human nature. He's gonna feel I need to protect myself. I've got a gun, bang, or whatever else. I can't really tell you of very many people who are going to sit back with open arms and say, come on in, have some tea, tell me about where you're from, and that sort of thing.
Right.
I think people are going to be really on the defensive. And as far as, all the movies coming out in this radio show, I really think that these kind of things can desensitize people on a lot of issues, but I don't think this is one of them.
All right. Do you have a specific question, or?
Well, I would like him to comment on that.
All right. We will do that. Thank you. Doctor, I guess he's saying that you can't be desensitized really on this issue. nor can you be prepared. And he points to that radio broadcast. Indeed, that was a big disaster. And I wonder if a decision, for example, in Washington to keep all this silent might be based on that catastrophe, which is probably one of the best studies of what human beings would think.
The government's perfectly aware of the Orson Welles broadcast situation, and in fact it appears in a couple of studies that were made by them to ask the questions about the response to just the general question of the meaning of extraterrestrials. I think, with all due respect, that the young gentleman's facts on what went on in New Jersey are wrong. The extent of the damage there were basically automobile accidents and things like that. People.
Not a lot of suicide, people killing their children, that sort of thing.
My reading of the situation, there was, I would say none of that, but let's be open and say little or none of that. I don't believe that any of that went on. In terms of what kind of people are done, it isn't always Billy Joe Bob out in Philadelphia. We know of people all up and down the socioeconomic spectrum and through all the races, and it's a wide mix of people who are coming in and talking about this. One of the guys who makes the rounds is Dr. John Salter from, I believe, South Dakota State University, and here's a guy who took a totally intellectual approach to the experience all the way through. I do think it's true that there is going to be a significant segment of the American people who are very anxiety prone, and that you can't desensitize them to that. And that I think he's right. But I think on the other hand, we have been, as I mentioned before, living under a threat that is at least as horrifying as this, namely the hydrogen bomb, for a couple of decades now, and somehow or other, although it scarred us, we've managed to go about our business. So I think that the jury's out as to what the impact of this would be.
All right, Doctor. Hold on just 1 second while I do a station ID, and we'll be right back. You're listening to Area 2000. My guest this week is Michael D. Swords, Dr. Michael D. Swords. He looks into other people's research in these areas and is a fascinating individual, which you should know by now. If you would like to make a comment, the only line I have open is one local line that we just cleared at 383-8255 or 8255. Good evening. This is Area 2000 on the air every Sunday evening from 8 until 10 o'clock. Happy to be with you. Back in a moment to Dr. Swords. Well, no. Back right now to Dr. Swords. Doctor, you're back on the air again. And there are a bunch of people that want to speak with you, so let's keep moving through these calls. Good evening. You're on the air with Dr. Swords, who is in Michigan. Where are you calling from, please?
Good evening. This is Fritz from Los Angeles.
Los Angeles. All right.
Okay, just correction. The previous caller said there was mass panic. Yes, it was a disaster in 1938 with the Orson Welles show, but there was nobody killed. Like Dr. Swords said, there were a few car accidents and a few handful of strokes. Some people got excited, but it was not a mass panic like everybody said. But it is true that the government and the Air Force way back in the Dr. Menzel's time used this as a barometer to say, well, there was this incident in New York, and then there was another copycat somewhere in Europe, in a Latin country, where they had also Orson Welles War, a copycat type, where people really went berserk. And so they used this as a barometer, and they said, hey, the people are not ready, etc., etc.
All right. Do you have a specific question?
So there's a film coming out now from Russia called Cosmic Top Secret by a producer, I think, his name is Avinsky, where the Russian scientists and ufologists exchanging information with our ufologists, and a major is interviewed there where he will claim that alleged 2 Russian soldiers standing guard were abducted, and that also a UFO was shooting at an antenna on a radar station. I don't know if Dr. Swords is aware of it, but this film should come out very soon here and make the circles.
Are you aware of that film, Doctor?
I'm not. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, he's not.
Well, it will make the circles eventually, but the Russians are catching on now, and trying to have the freedom of speech. In some way, they're behind in UFO research, but they're more open-minded than we are. They're really hungry for knowledge, and they have less fear than we are. We have we have a coverage on here, an umbrella of fear, because we've been so conditioned that the ETs above somehow Russian people embrace the ET contact. They need just more information. They're hungry for the information.
All right, thanks, Fritz. And that is a good subject. Linda Howe was in Europe a few weeks ago, Doctor, and there does seem to be a very distinctly different attitude through Europe and I suppose in Russia and elsewhere than there is in this country. How do you account for the, I don't want to say unnatural interest, but greater interest in America in this subject?
I think that we're not getting a very correct view of what the Europeans and the Russians really have in terms of interest. After all, what do you have? You have a few U.S. researchers going over there. Naturally, the people they're meeting with are the people who are most interested in UFOs. They're going to put on their most positive views on the thing, especially the Russians do that, because the Russians not only want to make linkages with the U.S. researchers, but they also want us to help support their research because Russia is so destitute for money. The major institutions over there for the Soviet Union for UFO research ends up every time, and I understand this and don't hold it against them, but they end up every time asking you for money at the end of their letters. And
hard currency, please.
Yes, indeed. And I don't think that I would say that if anything in Europe that there's much less interest in UFOs. The tendency of the people who study UFOs in several of those countries is to view the thing as a psychosociological phenomenon. In fact, that's the heartland of that particular theory about UFOs. I don't think, I would say that if there is an unusual interest in the Soviet Union, it might be because they've just gone through so many decades of atheistic imperialism and that this is kind of a religion substitute to that. But other than that,
good evening. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Swords. Hello there. Oh, you're not. Line 2, you're on the air with Dr. Swords. Good evening.
Well,
hello.
Yeah, Art, I just want to tell you, I really like your show, I've been listening for years.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I got a couple questions for the doctor. First, one is on abductions. And the question I have is, what does your research show as far as abductions through tangible items as far as walls, canvas, tents, etc.? And the second is, have you done any research as far as in Area 51 in Nevada? I've done some my own research up in that area, and it's been very, I can't really say the word for it, but I've seen a lot of weird things up there.
All right, Doctor, let's go to Area 51, if you would. It's just to the north of us here. And I wonder what sort of, there's been a lot of documentation and research about this area. Some people speculate there are discs up there, and so forth and so on. What have you learned about that?
Well, as far as the more spectacular kinds of claims are concerned, I haven't yet been very impressed with those because of the very fragmentary nature of the information and to some degree the aspersions that have been cast on some of the people delivering it. But in terms of there being a lot of weird stuff in the air over there, I don't think anybody doubts that. Aviation Week Space Technology magazine is constantly documenting very high-performance envelope vehicles that are flying over Nevada, and to me, if I take that as the baseline of my information and I look back through time, I think that what they're flying out there is spectacular, but I don't think it's beyond the direction of the technology that you see just prior to that, that's real good old-fashioned U.S. technical magic rather than extraterrestrial technical magic. So I haven't seen anything yet in the Area 15 idea that would lead me to believe that we have to have UFOs and back-engineered alien technology out there, although I sure have heard the rumors like everyone else has.
And it certainly might be the place to take it if you had it. Caller, what was your first question, please?
First question was on far as abductions through tangible items such as houses and walls or tents, that kind of thing in remote areas. But getting back on far as Area 51, I want to ask Dr. Fars if you had any observations as far as anything as far as pulses in the area, as far as like laser type items. I've seen whole mountain ranges lighted up in that area. We're talking magnitude of 10 miles across in depth.
All right, Doctor?
Well, I've heard from some of the people on the airtech side of the thing that the engines of the so-called pulsar craft are so great that when they turn on, they light up the whole area around. So, again, I think that it's not, it sounds to me like it's a laser effect. It sounds like the ignition of a big engine.
All right, I'm going to tell you about 2 weeks ago, I'm 48 years old, Doctor. I've never seen a UFO. 2 weeks ago, I saw something I absolutely could not explain, though I think it might have been an experimental aircraft. On my way home, a large triangular craft passed about 150 feet above me. It was actually lit up. It had what appeared to be anti-collision lights, 2 white lights, 1 red light at each point of the triangle, and that's what it was, Doctor. It was a perfect triangle, and at about an altitude of, I'd estimate, 150 feet, passed above me, making not even a sound. I had my automobile stopped. You could hear crickets a quarter mile away. I mean, there was no sound at all, and it just passed above me. Now, I live in a valley just adjacent to Area 51, and my presumption is I saw some sort of incredible experimental aircraft. I have no idea what it was, but it was low enough and slow enough, I would describe it almost as floating, that it absolutely simply is nothing that I know that we have. It was remarkable, Doctor, remarkable.
Yeah, I'm impressed with that kind of a thing because, first of all, you're a credible witness seeing something fairly close. It's a good close encounter of the first kind report, and it matches the pattern of the so-called Belgian triangles that were researched so well by the Belgian government a few years back. It's almost precisely the same description that was given for the objects that appeared quite often over a several-month period in Belgium.
Well, I don't know what I saw. If I was pressed to the wall, Doctor, I would say that I saw some sort of experimental aircraft. But
most people feel that they have to. The crux of the thing is that if what you saw was the same kind of an object that was in Belgium, then the key thing is the Belgian radar reports, which show an extremely rapid change of direction and upward acceleration that should have produced more G-forces than a pilot could have taken, and do seem to be a little out of the performance envelope that we would expect from a current technology.
A little out is putting it mildly, and I'm still thinking very hard about that encounter. I just thought I would take that moment to discuss it. Okay, line 3, you're on the air with Dr. Swords in Michigan. Good evening.
Good evening. I think everything is one point to make believe people that they will be alive after death. And this is not true. All those people who believe in the UFO, those are the same people who talk all the time about Jesus and his mother, who they see those people, they see Jesus and his mother in different kind of places, like Medjugorje, like in Poland, like in different, and this is absolutely not true. You need children to tell them those kind of stupid stories about life after death and about Jesus alive and his mother alive and UFOs. And you make it's a propaganda now, like they grow like mushroom after the rain, after the collapse by the Soviet Union. So they try to make people believe in more stupid ideas and more stupid lies. Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, in that man, Doctor, I just left him on because I wanted to hear it, and I wanted you to hear it. There are a lot of people who react just like that man does to this information, they may make the best case for never releasing it. There's anger, hostility, and I have this feeling that if the information ever came out, that man would be on the warpath.
Yeah, that was a very quiet sound coming to me, and so all I could get from that is that this is a gentleman who was specifically complaining about UFOs, same size as Blessed Mary Virgin things, or
Precisely.
like that. Yeah, but what I would say is that we've always had a element in society that needed some very simplistic grounding, or they become somewhat unhinged, and things are going to happen. When we walked on the moon, this kind of a person is either going to go into a state of denial that it never happened, or it's going to have some kind of a life crisis. The same thing is going to be true if Carl Sagan gets any extraterrestrial signals, if the Darwinian theory of evolution sounds like it's better, or whatever. So we can't protect that element of the population against new things happening, and I still don't think that it's a useful reason to deny full information.
Well, nevertheless, perhaps not. Is there any way of estimating what percentage of people in the population would react as that man seemed to be?
There probably is if you were talking to a psychologist that looked at statistical data. Allow me to reflect on something that might cast some light on that, but it wouldn't do exactly the same thing. When you look at the way in which human nervous systems are geared, you find that about 1% of the human species is geared at such a high level that they can't even get their thought processes to go straight, and we end up calling them things like schizophrenia. If you boil that down to the next stage in the curve, you might say that there's between, say, 5 or 6% or so of the population that might be so highly wired that they're anxiety prone.
Well, that adds up to a lot of people these days.
It does add up to a lot of people, but there's no way to protect that group of people from the fact that life goes on. And so I would say that you let life go on, and you don't try to cushion things and hide them, because if things get worse and then they do break, you've just made a bigger problem.
Indeed. All right, Doctor. Good evening. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Swords on Area 2000.
Hello, Doctor.
Hello.
I have a question for you, and, the question is, have you noticed, or is there any research being done on what seems to have changed the physiognomy of the women of mainly Western Europe and North and South America? And I have some examples.
Well, go ahead with your example.
Well, for instance, the arms of women since roughly the mid-70s have become very long, and their hands are either very narrow with long fingers or large hands, thick fingers. The facial structure seems to have stabilized in a very angular dimensions. The mouth has widened. The features are becoming very close set, and the length of the leg is becoming long, and also its size is becoming very narrow, very slender.
Where does this information come from?
Yeah, I've got the same question. Where'd you get this, sir?
This is just observation.
Oh, I see.
Now, this seems to be the type of female, which seems to be mainly in the, like I said, in North and South America and Western Europe. This seems to be becoming a very dominant feature, especially the legs and the arms.
All right, thank you. Doctor, do you concur with any of those observations? Oh, I'm afraid we're going to have to get Dr. Swords back. All right, caller, I appreciate it. We're going to have to find out if he concurs with any of that.
Take a look at the beach.
Take a look at the beach?
The next time you look, well, say at movies from, say, roughly 1960 to date, when they show crowd scenes or women at the beach, etc., not the actresses, but just general women, and you'll see what I'm talking about. It's becoming real striking.
I've never even heard such a thing suggested before.
Try it and see, and you'll begin to notice certain features are becoming standard.
Well, do you think that's just something you're noticing, or do you think it's actually some sort of, real change that's gone on?
Well, from what I've seen, it seems to be a genuine genetic change. I'm not talking surgical alteration either. Because who in their right mind would have, for instance, the muscles in their calves reduced? And how would you narrow someone's hand without cutting away so much musculature that you couldn't close your hand?
That's a very good point, caller. Very good point. And, Doctor, we've got you back now. I still have this same caller on the line.
Okay.
And he's saying that he's noticing all of these changes in women. Do you concur with any of that at all? Thank you, caller.
No, I'm afraid I don't. I was saying before the gremlins got into the works of the phone company here, I don't know what you make of that, because I watch women just as much as anyone else, I suppose, and I haven't noticed, except perhaps if he's sitting around watching the shapes of actresses and models, which could possibly be changing to the fashion of some sort.
All right. Line 2, good evening. You're on the air with Dr. Swords, who's in Michigan.
Art?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Sam again from Las Vegas.
Okay, we're only allowed to make one call.
I understand that, Art.
All right, well, thank you then for the call. And good evening out of state. You're on the air with Dr. Michael Swords, who's in Michigan.
Yes, when do you think the government will reveal to the American people that there are actually UFOs?
It's a good question, if ever. Doctor, any comment on that? When might they reveal it, or what might provoke them to reveal it? Or can they be pushed into it?
Well, of course, all of us that are interested in the Roswell case are constantly trying to think of something productive along those lines all the time. I certainly don't believe that marching with tickets out in front of the White House asking for Bill Clinton to come clean is going to do it. I think, in fact, if anything, that's a negative way of going about things, because it puts it into a kind of an unserious light, I think, in most people's mind, and actually causes negative pressure. If there were another couple of major breaks of the security people, then perhaps the combination of what's already known on Roswell and, say, a current guardian of the black box that contains this stuff would come through with something. But if you don't have a major leak of some kind, I don't see any incentive for the government to reveal anything they know about UFOs.
And there may be more on the social side that dictates you wouldn't reveal it unless you had to, I suppose.
It has been stated by some of their experts in the past that if you've got a situation that has essentially nothing on the positive side except solving the curiosity of a few American citizens, and you've got a whole lot potentially on the negative side, you don't run the experiment.
Absolutely, and that's what it would seem to add up to. Line 3, you're on the air with Dr. Swords.
Yes, good evening. Is that me?
That's you.
Okay, thank you. I was on my way home and I heard this discussion, and it must have been at least 20 years ago. It might have been a little longer than that. I remember my husband came home with a book, and it was called Chariots of the Gods. Has the doctor ever heard of this book?
Oh, I suspect so. Thank you. Doctor, what about that, Chariots of the Gods?
Well, she's talking about the thing that made Eric von Daniken a multimillionaire, of course. Eric von Daniken actually did the concept of ancient astronauts a disservice. There's nothing inherently wrong with the idea that you could have had extraterrestrial visitations at ancient times, and that these particular visitations would have affected the cultures in terms of the making of their buildings, or more likely the sculpting of their mythology. But since Eric von Daniken played so fast and loose with the facts and made such horrendous errors and howling zingers throughout his book, he took what was a potentially respectable theory and completely ran the entire scholarly community off of it. At one time, even Carl Sagan, prior to von Daniken's input, even Carl Sagan had broached a Chariots of the Gods type hypothesis in a famous Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence textbook that he wrote. And, of course, Carl Sagan wouldn't be caught dead saying anything about that now.
Big flap going on now about Mars, about the Explorer, the loss of the Explorer. What feedback are you getting on that, Doctor?
The feedback that I'm getting is that that NASA just screwed up, and that we set back a couple of years ago and yucked it up and called the Soviets a bunch of goons for pushing the wrong button on their Phobos probe, and that now we've apparently made not a computer error, but a mechanical error, and that there's some sort of a transistor that has been known to have failed in a couple of other spacecraft before that was also put back into this thing, and that if it failed again, like it has failed before, we would have lost contact. So
that though, it seems so unlikely. If you had a transistor that had failed in one craft, surely you would put it through its paces. You'd already experienced a large financial loss as a result of it. Why would you put it in yet another craft?
It started failing the rings on the shuttle before we let one blow up, too.
Good point.
We're capable of any amount of stupidity because the organization is so big that it doesn't keep good track of our excuses.
All right. Good evening. You're on the air with Dr. Michael Swords, who is in Michigan. Where are you, please? Hello? Apparently not. Line 2, you're on the air with Dr. Swords. Good evening.
Yeah, about that world news thing, those are hoaxes, those pictures on there. They just want to sell, one satellite or most of that is years ago, but they're all hoaxes.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. I'm very well aware of the reputation. Do you have a question for the doctor? All right, I understand. Thank you. Good evening. You're on the air with Dr. Michael B. Swords, who is in Michigan. Where are you calling from, please?
Santa Ana, California.
Santa Ana. Go ahead.
Yes. I just wanted to say that I really think they should disclose any information that they have on UFOs. I feel like I should have a right to know, and I want to know. And I feel like, I don't know, maybe it would do some good for a lot of people if they knew that there was something more than, or something bigger than us, than this, beyond this planet. Something to strive for, I guess.
Well, I guess that has to be balanced against what the doctor said about what the reaction would be among, say, 5% of the population or so. But it sounds as though you're looking forward to it.
Yeah, and I think that the 95% should outweigh that 5%. I think most people would welcome it, and it would do wonders for, I don't know, I guess just our whole outlook on things.
All right, very good. Thank you, ma'am. Just a comment, doctor. She thinks the 95% would benefit far more than the 5% that would go around the corner.
Of course, we don't know about 95% or 5%. We don't know what people are thinking, but the government has already tried to play that mind game, too, and see how that came out. And what the Brookings Institute said in their report to NASA was that when a superior culture and an inferior culture intimately meet, and so that there's a genuine sharing of information between them, the inferior culture almost always dies in terms of a self-ordaining kind of a culture and becomes just a appendix sucking in whatever it gets from its now big brother and doesn't any further develop on its own. So that as Carl Jung, the famous Swiss psychologist, was supposed to have gotten this information while talking to an Amazonian shaman. The Amazonian shaman said back to Jung, "You have stolen all our dreams." And so the happy thought of us having this wonderful new possibility out there might well be very negative as far as independent development of the human race.
All right. Line 3, you're on the air with...
How you doing?
I'm doing well, sir.
Need more time for these
I know.
shows, but anyway, real quick, I'm just curious been trying to get that shuttle off the ground. Is that...
It is now off the ground.
Well,
Yes, it did successfully launch.
Oh, finally, yeah. I was just curious if that had anything to do with that screw-ups, or they were just pressured by people from the unknown that they didn't want it to launch or something.
No, it's up there.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Out of state very quickly as we run out of time for Dr. Michael Swords in Michigan. Good evening. Line 1, good evening.
Good evening, Art and Doctor. I'll try to make this fast because I know time is running out. First of all, Doctor, have you ever heard of Noah Fredericks, who is a biblical and UFO researcher? And then I have a second part to the question.
I have not.
Okay. He basically believes that UFOs have been around even before biblical time in history. And my question is to do with the finger formation of alien descriptions. If you ran every description on a computer, do you know how many, or if many came up with 6 fingers? And the reason I'm asking, the other day when I was doing my own biblical research, I found that in 1 Chronicles 20th chapter, verse 6, they mention a being with 6 fingers and 6 toes, that he's of large stature.
All right, I'm sorry. Time just about gone. Doctor, any response?
Well, the UFO humanoids are almost always described as having either 4 or 5 fingers and not 6.
Dr. Sword, we really could use a whole lot more time for this subject. We only get, however, 2 hours. And as I do with most of my guests, particularly you, since you look into everybody else's research, I would like to have you back sometime.
Oh, that's a possibility.
Well, it has been a distinct pleasure, and you're an easy interview, and I thank you.
Well, you're welcome. Won't be a pleasure.
You have a good evening, sir. Dr. Michael Excellent. And I'm afraid that's it, everybody. We operate as close as we can to what's going on here, to the fact, and so that's going to do it. Remember, if you have any information at all that you would like checked out, anything you would like looked into, the Bigelow Foundation has the ability and has the resources to accomplish that, and I urge you to call them. Their number is coming up now, and we'll see you again next week at 8 o'clock.
The preceding program was made possible by a grant from the Bigelow Foundation. This has been Area 2000, a program that introduces our listeners to the scientific approach for discussion of 2 particular subjects: UFOs and near-death and after-death experiences. To contact the Bigelow Foundation, please call during the week between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m., area code 702-456-1606. Ask for Angela Thompson. That's area code 702-456-1606. And be with us next Sunday evening at 8 for another edition of Area 2000.
Welcome to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from June 17th, 1996.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, as the case may be, across all these many, many time zones. Good to be here from the Hawaiian and Tahitian Island chains eastward to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, south into South America, north to the pole, and worldwide on the Internet. This is Coast to Coast AM, live overnight talk radio, because your radio station cares enough to have it on instead of recycled, repetitive, old, relentless repeats, except when they're mine. Hi, everybody. Really is good to be here. I've got a programming note / alert for you. Tomorrow night at this time, here's one that a lot of you have been waiting for. Fingerprints of the Gods. Message of the Sphinx. Graham Hancock here on his American tour from Britain with us tomorrow night. At the beginning of the program, first hour, you're not going to want to miss Graham Hancock. Kind of thought of as today's Indiana Jones. He's really something, so you're not going to want to miss that. He's on his American tour now. He'll tell you all about it. I promised him in June, and in June it shall be. Okay, well, yes, it is my birthday. Another one. Nothing to panic about, just another birthday. Happy birthday, Art, the Antichrist. Yes, the proof is in. I now know through detailed scientific calculations that you are truly the Antichrist. You are 51 years old. 5 + 1 = 6. Your birthday is on the 17th. 7 - 1 = 6. Your birth month, the 6th month of the year. And this, of course, 1996. So, any way you look at it, the numbers add up to 666. Even 6666. As Tennessee Ernie Ford sang so many years ago, yes, I do remember this song, but I'm still not as old as you. I take 16 calls. What do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me, 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the devil below. Okay, so I took a little artistic license. Anyway, have a truly happy birthday, Art, and remember, life gets mighty precious when there's less of it to waste. Till the comet do us part. Steve in Portland. And from my network, this.
Hey, Art, everybody here at the network got together, and they want to wish you a happy birthday. And, of course, you're only at the big 5-1 right now. I don't know whether I should say that. But welcome to the club. Welcome. He's old, isn't he?
Getting
Yeah, really.
Some off real soon.
Yeah, okay. Here we go. Happy birthday to you.
Oh, boy.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Art. Happy birthday to you. Bravo!
And just to thank you all, thank you. And I want to thank the network for the present that it got me for my birthday, which is no mean machine, I'll tell you. It's really something. It is a Yaesu. Do you know what a Yaesu is? The FT-1000. It's a ham radio, for those of you who don't know. So thank you, everybody up at the network. I have it fired up, and I'll be using it. Have been using it, actually. It is incredible. It has every bell and whistle any ham could ever want to have. Wonderful birthday present. And here's another one for me. An earthquake registering a preliminary magnitude of 7.9 chimed in on my birthday. 7.9, I said. Yikes. Near Java, Indonesia. So you might want to make note of that. I imagine this one shook them up, but good. 7.9 is in the category of a large earthquake. And I just got this a few moments ago, and you have to wonder why they're doing this. From Reuters News, scientists seeking to unlock the secrets of Mount Vesuvius will rattle one of the world's most famous and potentially deadly volcanoes next week with 8 tons of high explosives. 8 tons of high explosives. Now, excuse me, but why would you want to do that to a volcano that's getting ready to go anyway? This strikes me as one of the dumber ideas. Vesuvius most famously erupted in 79 AD. It killed 16,000 and buried the ancient cities of Pompeii beneath a sea of molten lava and ash. It erupted again in 1631, claimed an estimated 18,000 victims. Now below Vesuvius lay about 500,000 people, and they are going to blow it up. Now, I'm sure there is some valid... scientists and disaster relief experts last year completed a contingency plan to evacuate some 600,000 people from the area of Vesuvius the next time it blows. But why would you want to blow up Vesuvius with 8 tons of high explosives? I'm sure there must be some valid, albeit undetectable scientific reason for doing something like that. But should it result in an eruption, it's going to be thought of as a very poor idea. ValueJet, the Florida crash. ValueJet, as of tonight, midnight, is voluntarily quitting. They will fly no more. The FAA has grounded them beginning at midnight. It all comes after a series of investigations and violations after the fact, 5 weeks after the fact, and the FAA has found them to be not airworthy. They did 2,000 checks, found leaking fuel, missing rivets, mechanics pounding on engines with hammers and chisels, engines that later had to be shut down in flight, this kind of thing. And I recollect, and I bet you do too, right after the crash, the FAA had said, ValueJet is safe. We've been investigating ValueJet, and we have found them to meet all safety requirements. And that was right after the crash. Now, all of a sudden, 5 weeks after the crash, ValueJet is not airworthy and has been shut down. The ValueJet people are really ticked off, angry. They say it's not true. But there you have it. So that tells you how much attention you should pay to after-the-crash statements by the FAA or any government agency. It's like they're trying to cover their butt. Oh, they were okay. We've been monitoring them right along. Well, apparently not closely enough. Either that, or this is a political shutdown, one of the two. Either way, it's not good. White water. The big report is, actually by now has been released at midnight. 700 pages long. Very, very critical of the Clinton administration. Contains many allegations of documents withheld, inaccurate testimony. Read lies. Papers removed from Vince Foster's office, allegedly at the behest of the First Lady. She's the one. This is where this is going, and I've told you since day one that is where this was going. Now, we know for sure it is. There could be meat here. The biggest charge that the First Lady blocked, read here, possibly obstruction of justice, blocked the investigation into Vince Foster's death. Now, this could be serious. They're still worrying over the billing records lost, then magically found, with the First Lady's latents on them. So, this whole thing now is headed toward the First Lady. Thursday, committee Republicans will come out with a criminal referral list. That means to the special prosecutor who he should look into with regard to possible criminal activity. Could the First Lady's name be on that? Well, it could. And so, a long time ago I asked this question. Now it is more relevant, as underscored by the news, than ever. And that is, if the First Lady is indicted, or is found to have had a big hand in obstructing justice, very serious charge, what do you think our president will do? Let her swing slowly in the breeze, twisting in the breeze? Or do you think he will stand by his woman? I've known for the longest time that it was headed toward the First Lady, and been saying so every time I had the chance. On the 400-plus files the FBI turned over to the White House, as you know, Director Free said the FBI was victimized. The FBI said we presupposed honor, meaning honor at the White House, and that view has now changed. There is news that here's a real surprise for you. The low-level military people, remember that, the ones who supposedly requested the files? Well, now, actually it is found out they were political types, not low-level military functionaries. And a White House official says the director of the Personnel Security Office is going to be put on leave. Now, as recently as earlier in the day, the White House was saying, absolutely not. Craig Livingston will stay right where he is. Now, he'll be on administrative leave with pay, I might add, with pay, while everybody looks into this. Now, one might reasonably ask whether Mr. Livingston can be fired safely by the president, or whether the number of skeletons that he's aware of in the White House will all come marching out at Mr. Livingston's political demise and attack the president like so many dead rising from the graves. That would be the circle of dead, of course. The Russian elections. Boris Yeltsin, the reformer, incumbent, Gennady Zyuganov, the communist, and the big deal maker, the military man, General Lebed. Probably going to go Yeltsin's way. They asked Lebed earlier. I think it came out to about 35% for Yeltsin, 31.5% for Zyuganov. So Lebed is the kingmaker. Lebed will not go toward Zyuganov. He will probably become Boris Yeltsin's defense minister, and whether or not he can then swing his roughly 15% of the votes to Yeltsin, making it a done deal or not, that remains to be seen. Since Mr. Yeltsin has taken over and the reforms have begun, economic output has shrunk by half, 50%. So has the real income of Russians. They will have a runoff next month. It could make going to Moscow interesting. A Russian leader has never voluntarily given up power. And it may be that Mr. Yeltsin is not going to have to because he may win. But it is going to make Russia an interesting time, and I wouldn't go at any other time, and I wouldn't miss it for all the world, all the tea in China or Moscow. Lots of other news. We are going to have, though, open lines because of tomorrow night's guest. The church fires continue. The latest, Rocky Point, North Carolina, a church, black church predominantly, that stood for 133 years, burned to the ground. It's now being called racial hostility instead of racism. Racial hostility. Well, there's a lot of it, isn't there? Deval Patrick, Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights in the Clinton administration, said, of 21 cases solved in the last 5 years, in many of them, there have been admissions, confessions of racial hostility as the motive. And then you know what he did? He blamed talk radio. He blamed talk radio. This was all on Meet the Press Sunday. Talk radio. Anyway, William Bennett then came on and said, yes, racists probably have done it. But as a result of talk radio, no. Said that was a real reach. They found only minor conspiracies in 2 or 3 of the fires. In other words, people getting together and planning 2 or 3 fires, but not in all of the cases. This is beginning to get to be very serious. Ralph Reed, who is the Christian Coalition leader, is holding a summit tomorrow in Atlanta, my time zone, Atlanta today. And one prestigious black leader said, it is indeed the Christian Coalition which brewed up the atmosphere that led to these fires in the first place. And Ralph Reed, not precisely admitting that, did say that, yes, in the past, Christians may have contributed to an atmosphere that resulted in these fires. Do you think somebody, and who do you think that somebody is, or somebodies, are trying to promote a race war in America? There's good reason to believe that. Another volcano, a volcano I should say, erupting in New Zealand, a big one, sending ash miles, about 8 miles up into the air, forcing authorities there to declare a danger zone. It closed several airports. Civil Aviation Authority imposed a danger zone prohibiting any flights in darkness anywhere near it. So there you've got it. I've got more news here for sure, but we'll get to it as we can. We've got a lot we've got to get done this morning, and it's been a little while since we've had open lines, since we've had so many guests, and tomorrow night we will do it again. Boy, you just absolutely don't want to miss Graham Hancock. He'll be here in the first hour of the show. Somebody sent me a little list of things that don't make sense. Have you ever wondered, why isn't phonetic spelled the way it sounds? It's a really good question. I mean, of all words that ought to be spelled as they sound, phonetic certainly is one of them. Or have you ever asked yourself, and maybe some of my Hawaiian folks can answer this, why are there interstate highways in Hawaii? Nowhere to go. Why are there flotation devices under airplane seats instead of parachutes? How does the guy that drives the snowplow get to work every morning? And by the way, if a cow laughed, would milk come out her nose? And they go on, these questions that nobody really has an answer for. Why do they put braille dots on the keypad of drive-up ATMs? Now, there's one to ponder. Or, why is it that when you're driving and looking for an address, you turn down the volume on the radio? Anybody with any of the answers to any of those questions is invited to call in. Actually, everybody's invited to call in, no matter what you'd like to talk about. Those are but a few ideas, and I've got more. And they'll be here right after this break.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time. You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from June 17th, 1996.
Good morning, everybody, and here's a little idea of what's ahead on Dreamland. Those of you who would like to know. Yes, I was gone yesterday because of my birthday. June 23rd, it's Travis Walton and Mike Rogers back again. They've got a brand new book, and it's awfully well done. Authors of Fire in the Sky, about the biggest abduction case in all of ufology. That's this coming Sunday. Then June 30th, Robert Teets, author of West Virginia UFOs, a look at encounters in the Mountain State. July 7th, Dr. Michael Newton, author of Journey of Souls. July 14th, Stanton Friedman, the flying saucer physicist, an atomic physicist. He was on the show here not long ago. July 21st, Konstantinos, author of Vampires, The Occult Truth. Interview with a Vampire author. July 28th, Kurt Southerly, author of Strange Encounters, UFOs, Aliens, and Monsters Among Us. August 4th, 11th, and 18th, it's bye-bye time. I'm on my way to Northern Europe, Scandinavia, Russia, Moscow. I'll call you from Red Square or something. August 25th, Dan Wright, director of MUFON. So there you've got it. That's what's coming up on Dreamland. I thought you might like to know. And this fax just in, there is only one worthy choice, Art, for Bob Dole's vice presidential running mate, and that person is Marge Schott. Because, ladies and gents, we only got one shot at it. Imagine the sublime beauty of Marge sitting there chomping on a big old stogie presiding over the Senate. Imagine Marge telling Thomas Daschle, "Sit down, blankety-blank. You're out of order." These things alone are worth the price of admission. Rob in San Carlos. And this, oh, what wonderful birthday wishes. Happy birthday, Art. In appreciation to you and your great show, we'd like to become a corporate sponsor as well as send you a birthday gift all at one time. So, we are forwarding to you a check in the sum of $1 million for you to use at your discretion. Best wishes on your birthday, Art. The Freeman. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
How are you doing, Art?
I'm all right.
This is Ben calling from Provo.
Yes, sir.
I just got a question about radio.
Okay.
If you would. I've been listening to you for about a half a year now, and ever since I've started, I've had to pick through a couple different stations. I pick you up usually with KCNR,
right.
1320.
Oh, yes.
But like about every 15 to 30 seconds, there cycles in to the broadcast a buzzing noise that lasts for about another 15, 30 seconds. And then it increases in loudness, and then it just cuts out.
Mm-hmm.
And I cannot figure out what to do. Do you have any idea on what would be causing this and what could solve it?
How far are you from Salt Lake City?
I'm down in Provo. Provo to Salt Lake City is about 40 miles.
Yeah, that'd be about right. That's selective fading. It's called selective fading, and it's because the ionosphere is thicker and then thinner and thicker and thinner, and it produces a distortion. In other words, what's occurring is you're getting a signal in and out of phase. And one thing the only thing I know of that helps it directly is the select antenna that C. Crane sells.
Oh, okay.
That will not eliminate it totally, but it'll take out about 90%.
That's fine, because I can still barely hear the program when it comes in full strength, that buzzing. But
and have you noticed that it always fades at the most interesting parts? But the commercials come in loud and clear.
Yeah, I know. I know. Just when you were talking about one of the volcano things, and you said this just in, and then it fades out. And I'm like,
that's right. That's exactly right.
All right, thanks a lot.
You're welcome, sir, and have a good morning. I just, we've got the one volcano that's just let loose, and they're planning on detonating high explosives on Vesuvius. Now, I tell you, in the world of things that seem dumb, detonating high explosives at a volcano that they say will go at any time just doesn't seem like a good idea. But what do I know? East of the Rockies, you're on the air, top of the morning.
Happy birthday, Art.
Thank you.
Thought I'd just call and wish you happy birthday. And I think that I got your watch the other day. I thought it's a real good watch.
Yeah, by the way, the watches, by the way, are almost gone.
I ordered it the very first day.
Well, you're lucky. They're about gone, and they're going to be a single edition. This will be all there is. After this, no more babies, so they'll be a collector's item.
Another thing I'd mention is Major Dames, when you had the repeats. That was very interesting.
Yes.
One thing I've noticed on the mailing list that you have on the Internet was someone told me that he made a prediction about 1994. There'd be a landing of aliens, and how that didn't happen. He said, they'd land and it'd be...
No, wait a minute. How do you know it didn't happen?
Well, they said it'd be advertised and everyone would know. And
oh, I see. Well, you're right about that. It wasn't public if it occurred.
But so I just mentioned that, but he says he's 100% correct all the time.
Well, I don't know that he made that prediction in the first place. So, unless you know your information be absolutely accurate.
It was just said that he made that prediction somewhere.
Yeah, I know, but people say a lot of things.
That's true. Well, happy birthday.
All right, thank you very much. Happy birthday. Why do we celebrate birthdays? Should birthdays be celebrated, or should one be depressed about them? Well, I suppose as you're struggling to be 16 and then, of course, 21, you celebrate. But it seems to me after 21, there is no real reason to celebrate a birthday, exactly. Unless you want to celebrate the fact that you've made it another year. Other than that, you're just marking another year of age. So what's to celebrate? Just down here at the bottom, Bob wrote, "Hi guys," meaning Ramona and myself. "So we're going to Moscow no matter who is elected? ? Yes, Bob, we're going no matter who's elected. Bob, we went to communist China. And that's a lot scarier than Moscow any day of the week. I think. Well, I don't know that for sure, but the answer is yes. I wouldn't get all the way over there to St. Petersburg and not go to Moscow. Are you kidding? Of course I'm going to Moscow. Why not? I'll never get back there, I'm sure of it. Well, I'm not sure of it, but I imagine that I'll never get back there, so I want to see Moscow. Yes, I'm going. Yes, we are going.
Call the wildcard lines, area 702-727-1295.
No, Charlie.
Not supposed to do
we
that.
got to start all over again. You're not allowed to use your last name, so let us begin again. Your name is Charlie, and you're calling from?
Calling from Loma Linda,
Very
California.
Good. All right.
And I wonder if you've heard much about this vehicle confiscation that's going on across the country.
The what?
Vehicle confiscation.
What are they there's confiscating cars of who?
That's correct.
Who?
Well, there's a business effort through pollution credits, to take away most of the public's automobiles.
I don't believe that.
You don't believe that?
No, Americans love their cars. They wouldn't give up their cars. There'd be a revolution. What do you mean take away most of the public's cars?
In California, there is a process called pollution credits trading that we're told...
I know all about that, yes.
That we're told will eliminate an awful lot of the public's automobiles in California in a short period of time.
Now it's just California or the whole nation?
The process laws are being created across the nation to do this, but they're all in place in California already.
Well, they'll rip my car out of my cold, dead hand.
Well, and that's a possibility. What we're seeing as...
Kill us for our cars?
Beg your pardon?
They're going to kill us for our cars?
No. That is not what I'm saying.
Well, I said, now let me review what I said. I said they'll rip it out of my cold, dead hand. You said that's a possibility.
Okay, that was a misstatement.
I see.
I do believe that people will steal cars in order to turn them in for crushing process because of the tremendous incentives that have been set up to in the pollution credit trading game.
Oh, you mean money for cars?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, well.
We've created a false economic system which has some beneficiaries.
Hey, listen, how much would you offer me if I were to endorse my $1 million Freeman check over to you?
I'm afraid I don't have much to offer you, sir.
All right.
That we're really concerned about the public and how they're being treated here. We understood that there's two issues that are being worked pretty heavily in the San Francisco area in the media, on the radio and on television.
Mm-hmm.
And they are an issue of the new reformulated gasoline and this enhanced IM program, which we perceive as a car crushing program or a vehicle confiscation program.
Well, there are a lot of cars out there that ought to be crushed.
Well, but should there be a tremendous economic incentive to government to do that?
I've got a neighbor who's got a car that ought to be crushed. I've got to run. Thank you very much. This car ought to be crushed. Anyway. I understand. Well, as long as they're going to pay for them. I mean, as long as they're not coming with high-powered rifles to declare us to be compounds and big loudspeakers and dying rabbits and stuff until we give up our cars. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Whoa, hey, let me turn the radio down.
Well, good idea.
Art.
Yes, where are you?
I'm in Northwest Colorado.
All right.
Hey. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Missed you last weekend.
Well, you mean yesterday?
Yeah.
Sunday, yes. Mm-hmm. Well, I was partying.
Hey, I was listening to a show weeks ago with one of your guests. His name was Damon.
Who?
Damon
Brinkley. Daniel Brinkley.
Daniel Brinkley.
Uh-huh.
And you guys were talking about the show that was going to be on UPN, and UPN is not available here.
Well, then you missed it.
And I missed it. And what was the long and the short of it?
Well, now it was one of the astronauts. It was Gordon Cooper.
Oh.
You really missed a good one.
Yeah, I guess I did.
That's all I can say.
I'm a big fan of Gordon Cooper, too.
Mm.
Well, I got good news for you. You're not the Antichrist. It's Hillary.
You think so?
Hillary.
Hillary, well, Hillary is indeed the one that's going to be the target of all of this, and I've been saying that, I think, for about a year and a half. And the question is, if it turns out that she obstructed justice, that is a very serious thing to have done, and she will be in very big trouble. The question is, what will the Prez do? Stand by his woman? Give her perhaps some sort of pardon? He could do that, you know. Or let her twist slowly in the breeze. You know how they begin that, right? They say, the president will come out and say, well, I have 100% confidence in Hillary, right? That'll be on day one.
Oh, yeah.
Then on day two, well, I'm sure that Hillary didn't do anything wrong, and I still have confidence in her. By day three and then day four, it's drop her like a hot rock.
And then maybe weeks later we get the old Jerry Ford and there was no deal beforehand.
Yeah, that's exactly right. All right, thank you. Oh, boy. Good morning. You're on the air Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Where are you calling from, please?
Hi, this is Brent up in Washington.
Bern in Washington? Brent in Washington. What's on your mind, Brent?
Hey, I wanted to thank you for some very interesting radio last week.
Glad you enjoyed it. You don't want to miss Graham Hancock tomorrow night.
Okay. I think I was the one that started that because I was asking about Hell Bob, and then all of a sudden you brought all these people on your show.
Must have been you.
Yeah. I think you got some excellent guests, and I tell all of my friends about your show.
All right, my friend. Well, you deserve a lot of credit. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, Art.
Hey, yes.
Hey, how old are you?
How old do you think I am?
42.
Yep, that's it.
No.
42.
No, you're not.
No, I'm not.
How old are you? Oh, okay. Us who don't have the internet, we can't see your picture. What do you look like?
I look ageless.
Well, I would imagine, because I've heard that you look very young.
I'm told that.
But how old are you really?
I'm going to stop saying.
Okay.
This is it.
Well, what sign are you then?
What sign am I?
June.
Now, let's think about that real hard.
Cancer?
This is June 17th. No, I'm not a Cancer.
What's before Cancer then?
Gemini.
So that means you get along with everybody.
I don't know about that.
Well, anyway, thank you, Art.
Well,
for
thank
everything.
you.
This is Gail from Denver. We love you.
Thank you, Gail.
And you're not perfect.
No, I'm not.
I have a lot of issues I disagree with. But would you tell us what you look like for us that don't...
How do you know that might not mean that you're not perfect?
I'm not.
I mean, I could be perfect, and the areas
But you're not.
of disagreement that we have could merely point toward your imperfection.
Well, nobody on this earth is perfect. And you are just making this life on this earth tolerable.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, of course.
Yeah, but anyway, you're
I'm
in your 40s.
In my 40s.
Are you?
No?
30s. 50s.
No. Yeah? I'm 51.
Are you?
Yeah.
So let's see, this is 1996.
I was born in 1945.
God. Okay, so, really, I'm a nurse. I deal with patients. So you look younger than you are. So, you haven't seen much of that desert sun.
Well, that's what it is, and I attribute it to that. I stay out of the sun. Thank you, Gail. I don't know if that's it or it's just genetic or what it is. I do perhaps to some look younger than I really am. Maybe I'm lying. Maybe I'm really 42. There's no way you can know for sure, is there? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Greetings from Kansas, Art.
Well, greetings from Nevada.
Happy birthday to you, and I got a couple of questions.
All
One
right.
is, which side do you part your hair on?
My left side, and then I erase the part. I just do that as part of the prep.
The reason I ask, I've got a couple of pictures of you, and what the pictures are, it's a mirror image. One, you've got your hair part on the right, one it's on the left. I got that when I set off for the travel stuff, and there were two different pictures, but it's the same picture. Somebody flipped the negative, and I was trying to figure out which one's right.
Which one's right? Well, I point it on the left, and then I sort of erase it with a, I blow dry my hair.
Okay, I got a request for you. While you're gone on that wonderful trip that I'm not going to be able to go on with you, unfortunately, please play the best of Art Bell. Because when you were gone last time, these may be some of your very best friends that filled in for you. But Art, you're so far above them on the scale.
That's very nice of you. I don't know what we're going to do yet.
I don't want to hurt their feelings because I'm, sure they're nice people. But it just wasn't anywhere close to listen to the Art Bell show.
Well,
and I'd much rather listen to reruns of you.
You get used to things. I think that's probably what they're going to do, but, final determination, as they say, has not been made. So.
Well, you had so many great shows here lately. You just got a wealth of stuff to choose from to put on. So
that's true.
I'd be quite happy sitting back here in Kansas listening to old Art Bell shows. So if you could do that, I'd be happy.
Old Art is right. All right, thank you very much. I'm getting old. 51 years old, my God. Do you know, when I started this program, I was in my early 40s. This show, Coast to Coast. Well, actually, West Coast AM, then Coast to Coast. I was in my early 40s, and I've been here ever since. Phew. Doesn't seem possible. Anyway, it leads me back to why should we celebrate birthdays? Why wouldn't it be a day instead when you would hang black crepe, walk through in a mist of depression, one more year gone, and they go faster and faster and faster and faster as you go, too. That's another thing that's hard to account for. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Art Bell. Happy birthday to you.
Well, you can sing. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Santa Rosa, California.
Santa Rosa, yes.
Yeah.
Well, good to have you. What is your first name?
My first name is Luisa.
Luisa. Oh, that's a nice name.
Thank you. And I wanted to let you know that the famous Chupacabra
Yes.
has 2 songs now.
Has what?
2 songs written about it.
2 songs? Oh, yeah, there are several songs running around.
Mm-hmm.
And I was interviewed in Sacramento the other day by my affiliate KST in Sacramento.
Uh-huh.
And they've got a really cool Chupacabra song, and they're supposed to be sending it to me, so we'll see.
They're funny.
The Chupacabra is a wonderful thing. It's good for us. We need monsters, and the Chupa is a great one.
Well, they made it a real legend now.
Do you know that people are now sending me Chupa suckers, all-day suckers? They're called Chupa suckers. And I just got a Chupa T-shirt.
Oh, how cool.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I should get one.
What really should be on the front of somebody's T-shirt is the photograph that I've got, the first one.
Gosh.
That sucker is ugly. Have you seen it?
No, I haven't.
I like the guy. He took that. Oh, you haven't seen it. He took the photograph. You've got to see it.
I heard that's very ugly.
It is. And he posted it in a 7-Eleven store as a lost dog.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy came in after about 5 or 6 beers, took 5 or 6 good looks at the photograph, and said, "Hey, did that thing run away from you, or did you run away from it?" Listen, love, I gotta go.
Bye.
Headed toward the top of the hour here. We'll be right back.
The trip back in time continues with Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM. More Somewhere in Time coming up. Premier Network presents Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from the 17th of June, 1996.
By the way, welcome to KBOE in Emporia, Kansas. Glad to have you on board. I wonder where Emporia, Kansas is. Somebody might call me and tell me. They are 1,400 on the dial, blazing across the flatlands back in Kansas. I remember driving through Kansas. What an experience. Flat? Ooh, flat? Really neat country. For a guy into radio, it's really neat because with radio in Kansas and adjacent states, you can predict exactly. In fact, the FM stations back there can tell you you'll lose it at mile marker so-and-so. And sure enough, boy, mile marker so-and-so will come up and they're gone. Or the other way around, they will appear at a certain mile marker. That's how distinct it is. From Harry in Portland, Oregon, Harry says, "I named my new dog Congress because of the way he does his business in the house." Dear Art, I was listening to the tape of Major Dame's last interview on your show, and a thought occurred to me. Is it not a violation of one's privacy to remote view on another person? Sure it is. Whether it works or not, a business involved in attempting to look into another person's activities sounds like trespassing to me. That's Dave, KCMO in Kansas City. Yeah, Dave, I mean, sure. Sure it is. Unless you invite it, I did that one night. I'm really tempted to try that experiment again, except it was so weird. Ooh, it really was weird. Art, happy birthday. Wish you many more. Best to come also. If the First Lady is indicted, Bill will step down, saying he'll stand by his wife and cannot govern under those conditions. President Gore will pardon both of them because they were such hard-working people. Did the best for the country. Bill Clinton will then head for his new job at the UN. Regards, Vince. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello?
Hello.
I'm calling Art Bell.
Well, you have Art Bell. That's me.
Oh, gee, I can't hardly believe that I actually got a hold of you.
Well, it seems you have.
Okay, well, great. Well, listen, I've had so many things on my mind over the years, Art. For one...
Me too. Most of them have slipped by, though.
Yeah, they have. I've suffered through your cats, and I'm a veterinary technician.
Ah.
And so I have a lot of empathy for you. But what's on my mind tonight, actually, is I'm going on vacation to Sandpoint, Idaho, and I don't know how to get a hold of you.
You mean how to listen to me in Sandpoint, Idaho?
Yeah.
No problem. Just tune around the dial. There are at least a half dozen stations that you'll hear in Sandpoint. No problem.
No problem.
No problem.
Okay, well, I got to make sure that I take you to bed. I can't sleep without you. I also have a brother in Pelzer, South Carolina, that can't seem to pick you up.
Where in where?
Pelzer, South Carolina.
Well, I'd like to say I know where Pelzer is, but off the top of my head, I don't. We're all over South Carolina. You ought to be able to hear us. If I might, what is Pelzer near?
Well, it's about 2 hours from Atlanta.
From Atlanta. Near Charleston anywhere?
About 4 hours from Charleston.
Mm-hmm. Florence, Columbia, Spartanburg, Greenwood. Greenville.
Greenville.
Yeah. Any of those sound familiar?
Yeah, Greenville sounds familiar.
All right. Tell them to listen to 1330 WFBC.
30.
Yep.
Great.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and have fun. And I should have asked her why she picked Sandpoint, Idaho to go to. That reminds me, they're going to detonate high explosives on Vesuvius. Anybody have any idea why they might be doing that? In the top 10 list of things that I would think you wouldn't want to do right now would be to detonate high explosives on a volcano that's about to go anyway, but what do I know? Anyway, absolutely fresh flowers, a Vesuvius-like impact. Call 1-800-562-6438. Art, if Hillary is indicted by Ken Starr, is it legal for the president to pardon her? Doesn't the president have to recuse himself since he is partial to Hillary? Well, presidents can do what they want, Mike, in Ohio. Thank you for the happy birthday. He could do it, but he shouldn't. I'm sure that he could actually pardon her because presidents have that power. But it would be political suicide. Of course, it is his wife, so he might do that. And Mr. Clinton has done a lot of things that have not come back to haunt him, even though Whitewater seems rather haunting at the moment. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, I had a question. When you were talking about the Braille earlier.
Yes.
It reminded me of a question that I once had. Can blind people dream?
Yeah, absolutely, they do. Now, how they dream and how their dreams differ from ours is a really interesting question, and I would like to talk to a sightless person about that. I would assume sightless since birth would be very different. If you had been at one time sighted and lost your vision, then you'd probably dream fairly normally. Mm-hmm. But never having been sighted, it's an interesting question.
Would it be like, smells and sounds, or?
I would think so. But I'm not sure about that. Let's ask.
Okay.
We'll do that. But I think it is an important question. Why would they put Braille at a drive-up ATM?
Good question.
It is a good question. Thank you very much for the call. I mean, what it presumes is impossible. So. But he's right. Would a sightless person dream as we dream? Sightless since birth. Would a sightless person please call? I really would like to know myself. That's curious, isn't it? First time caller line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. I wanted to ask you, I invented, I'm calling from Stockton.
Stockton, all right.
Yes, I invented a few things, and I don't know nothing about patenting, Art, and I've heard some commercials on TV and on the radio show about patenting, and I was just wondering, could you help me out?
Yes, are your inventions potentially worth millions?
I hope so.
Send them to me. No, I can't help you. I'm not a patent attorney. I don't know.
Well, I was just wondering, maybe somebody, on the air could probably help me out.
Well, they do have a lot of services that advertise for inventors. I'm a little leery of them.
Yeah, that's the same here,
Probably the guy that invented the 10,000-mile carburetor sent it into one of those services.
Yeah, well, that helps me out there, too, because I've heard some commercials on the radio and TV, and I'm kind of leery of them,
Listen, the Freemen are sending me a $1 million check for my birthday, And I was wondering if I were to endorse that to you, would it be worth on the dollar?
Oh, no, I don't know. I don't think so.
Uh-huh. All right, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Don't forget, tomorrow morning, Graham Hancock is here. Fingerprints of the Gods. His new book, Message of the Sphinx. Ooh, it's going to be a good one. Tomorrow night, beginning of the show, Graham Hancock on his American tour. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Well, good morning.
Good morning.
I have a request.
All right.
Could you possibly play Midnight at the Oasis?
Well, I can always do that, yeah.
You could always do that. Well, happy 52.
51, damn it.
50? Oh, come on.
No, you come on. It's 51.
51?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Midnight at the Oasis.
All right. Bottom of the hour.
Bottom of the hour.
Bottom of the hour.
Oh, can we talk now? Chin music.
Yeah, we can
right?
talk. What?
Chin music now, right?
What music?
Chin music. You know, talking.
Oh, yes, yeah. Chin music. I get it. All right, yes.
I'm just teasing you. How about $20 or less? You said run with it, right?
Yep.
It's already formed.
It is, huh?
Yes, sir. St. Louis, Missouri.
Oh, really?
Yes, sir.
Well, this is the first I've heard of it. Now, I've received a lot of faxes from people who are onto it.
Yeah.
And I'm waiting. Somebody, I guarantee, will make
Too late, I already spiked it.
You did, huh?
Yeah. I'm allowed to use it, right?
Yeah, I gave it away. I mean, whoever gets on it first.
Got it.
Well, contact us.
I've been trying to. I've been trying to call you for an hour and, something. You're a busy man.
Well, the thing to do is send me a piece of email or a fax.
Uh-huh. Well, I've contacted everybody here. I'm already squared away with KSD, which is your local affiliate.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, okay, I guess that'd be a great way to begin it. Start your advertising on KSD.
That's the way to work.
And then as it balloons, come to our network.
Hey, we got some good stuff, too.
I know. It's a wonderful business.
No, I already got some good stuff spiked.
I understand.
We have, how about we have long-distance minutes.
Long-distance minutes?
Yes, sir.
You mean like phone cards like that?
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh. Well, that's
$20 or less.
That's the idea. Thank you. Long-distance minutes, huh? I just thought it'd be cool. Some guy called up and said, man, you never advertise anything for $20 or less. And I thought, well, there'd be a good business. Call it $20 or less and do a whole lot of research and come up with a whole bunch of good stuff for $20 or less. And so, people are working on it. I'm getting a lot of email and faxes, and someone's going to make a lot of money. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi. No, you're not. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning. Hello? Hello?
This is Art?
Yes, it is.
Oh, well, it doesn't sound like Art. You guys screen calls or what?
No, I don't screen calls.
Oh, well, it just didn't sound like you're on this cell phone. Let's put it that way.
Well, that's your fault. You're on a cell phone.
It's starting to sound like you now.
Well, I'm glad it does.
I'm writing a book called Dreams, Visions, and Nightmares, and I haven't heard Dreamland on the last 2 or 3 Sundays.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering if you could help me out by having people that have special dreams that I want to enter them into my book, and I want to screen them.
You're going to screen dreams?
Well, I don't want dreams like symbolic dreams and stuff. I want real vision dreams people have had.
You mean prophetic dreams?
Yeah, dreams with the meaning. I don't want to sit and decipher, that I see the color red all the time or something like that,
Well, I mean, what if that's all a person's got?
Well, then,
I dream of red. Red, oh God, red everywhere, red.
If I feel that somebody reads it and they don't get anything out of it, well, why put it in the book?
Well, the best way to do that would be to form a dream web page.
A dream web page.
Sure, up on the internet.
Uh-huh.
And
is there any way of putting my address out over the radio? Or?
No.
No, can't do that.
No, we're not allowed to do that.
Not allowed to do that. Because I have some interesting ones myself, but I want to get some more into it. I mean, I have probably 10 or 15 pretty wild ones. One of them is the end of the world and the beginning of the one world government, and I woke straight up out of bed.
Who is going to head the new one world government? Did you dream that?
China.
China?
Yep.
Really?
They're awful quiet right now. But
well, I don't know if I like that.
Well, America's not going to be around when it happens. We're going to get ousted out somehow.
Ousted?
Yeah.
Regimes get ousted.
Well, New York City gets bombed and D.C. gets bombed, and it's pretty much over with at that point.
You think America is New York and D.C.?
Well, I think that everything's piped into America, into New York as far as.
What about L.A.?
It's secondary.
L.A. could become the new financial capital, and let's see, the new political capital. Where would that be? We'll figure that one out. L.A. would be the new financial capital, and Kansas City would be the new political capital. Make it Kansas City. What do you think? Card line, you're on the air.
Good morning, Art.
Hi.
This is Matt out in Hawaii. I was going to ask you, happy birthday, by the way, and there was a question I was going to ask you last year. I never had the opportunity because I couldn't get through. What is the earliest thing that you can remember in your life? The earliest age?
Probably, I can remember drinking out of a bottle.
Wow, that's pretty early. By the way, you remember a couple of weeks ago when...
Not really. I just stopped 2-3 years ago, actually.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. I really do remember. I remember lying in my crib, drinking out of a bottle. I can remember that for sure.
I think for me it's probably when I was about 5 years old. It's about as early as I can remember. But another thing I was going to tell you, you remember a couple of weeks ago when the Japanese shot down one of our aircraft by accident?
Yes.
And you'll never guess what happened today. It's been on the news over here already, but I don't know if it already made the national news, but one of the Japanese aircraft had an accident today, and it was right in front of the control tower here at the Naval Air Station. But the oddity of oddities is the squadron that had lost the aircraft to the Japanese, their airplanes were parked right in front of where the aircraft hit the ground. So that was really a strange thing. It was almost like a sacrifice, saying, okay, here, you can have this, sorry about that, and you can have this.
One for one, huh?
Yeah, it was pretty strange,
All right, sir, thank you. Yeah, training accidents. There are a lot of them, and preparation for conflict does not come cheaply or easily, and it requires the sacrifice of human life, too. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Good morning, Mr. Bell.
Hi.
First of all, I travel to Chicago regularly. I'm from Central Illinois, and I have the blessing of listening to you both on 55 KSD and 970 WMAY.
All right.
So when I go to Chicago, I can't seem to find you. Could you tell me?
Oh, you will now. Try 3WE.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Secondly, the reason there is Braille at total teller machines is because of the invention of taxi cabs. If I'm riding in the back, I have the cab driver pull up, and I can do my banking myself.
Are you sightless?
Yes.
Well, then, have you been since birth?
No, I've always had eye problems, but I have been able to see some.
Okay. Could you tell us anything about your dreams?
I have dreams that make Stephen King look like a piker.
Do you really?
Yes, I do. And the only book that he ever wrote that scared me was Pet Sematary. Everything else was like, no big deal.
Pet Sematary was incredible.
Having American Indian heritage in my background, it seemed a little too real for me.
Do you know anything? I presume that you correspond with and talk to sightless people.
Mm-hmm.
Sightless since birth. And
yes.
I'm wondering how their dreams differ.
Not any different than I can recollect. There is a color is a concept. Mm-hmm. And so what you would consider red and tell someone, the grass is green or the sky is blue, whatever their concept is, it is in their head, just like you can't explain to me what the bluest blue is. And if you discuss that with your wife, you would have an argument about what the bluest blue is. Is it a sapphire or the Arizona sky?
The only way I could describe blue to a sightless person would be to say it is a cool color.
Right.
There are hot and cool colors.
Right. And see, if you go to your wife and you say to her, what's the bluest blue you've ever seen, even if it's something that you've seen in common, you may not agree that was the bluest blue. So it's colors in a lot of ways for blind people are intellectual concepts associated with the grass or coolness, or, you know, yellow being a kind of a hot summer day, that sort of thing.
Sure.
But in describing a dream, it's where you are and what you're doing and what's around you. So there's not a lot of real differences.
Interesting.
There have been studies. You might, since you're online, you might want to do like a Nexus search or that kind of thing, because there is a journal called the Journal of Visual Impairment, and there is another one called the Journal of Rehabilitation and Blindness.
But let's try this angle. Forget the colors for a second. I might have a dream about a monster chasing me, right? But a sightless person, never having seen on television or through any other medium even a photograph of what is purported to be a monster, wouldn't understand the concept of a monster, much less a human being, other than by touch. So what kind of monster would chase a sightless person?
The kind of monster that would chase you when you were very little and in bed and it was completely dark and you thought it was there but you couldn't see it.
Yeah, but we had, even when we were little, we had references with regard to monsters.
A lot of it is emotions. A lot more of what you see is emotions than you think. I can give you like a little test to give you the concept. If you turn your head all the way to the right and look at what you're looking at, and then turn your head all the way to the left looking at everything, if you count the amount of things you see, it's just a tremendous amount.
Oh, yes.
If you close your eyes and you do the same thing and you listen, you will hear vastly fewer things, but you will know.
Listen, can I ask you to hold on?
Sure.
All right, good. Hold on through the break. Here by request is Maria, All About My High Desert. Listen carefully.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time.
Shadows painting our faces, traces, the romance in our hands, heaven's holding a hand.
Back to the past on Art Bell Somewhere in Time.
Well, stand by. We're going to repeat the great remote viewing experiment. My wife is in the other room. She is prepared to back up what I'm about to do. Somebody sent me a fax earlier saying, hey, Art, I bet Vidian was on last time. Well, we didn't have Vidian last time, and it's not on now. So, and the item I've got is so strange that in a million years it could not be guessed. If anybody comes up with this, well, let's just put it this way. What we're about to do is really weird. But we thrive on weird here, and I've got an item that it's really cool. At any rate, let me go back to the young lady who was holding, and then we'll do it. You're back on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
To finish where we were, the concepts of monsters and things are emotional concepts. It's not what it actually looks like. It's what you associate with it. For me in particular, it's the sense of falling. If I were to run from a monster in a dream, it would be, I'm running from the monster, but I'm scared to death I'm going to fall. And most of the things that kids associate with monsters are things that are, in fact, associated and not the look. It's the sound of Godzilla. It's the person who grabs you from behind.
Crunch, crunch.
Right.
Crunch.
The Jaws music, those kind of things. So the emotions attached to something that you would see simply are attached to a specific time or place or event.
All right. I think I've got it, and we'll get, I'm sure, additional confirmation of that, but I really want to thank you.
Okay, one other thing.
Sure.
The spookiest part about all this Braille business, I was fine whenever I could go to the, bank and do my banking all on my own. That was a great independent thing.
Sure.
What scared me the worst was when I went to a gambling casino recently, and the total teller machine on the casino was in Braille also.
Oh, man.
That was kind of like, oh, no, maybe I shouldn't come here.
All right. Thank you very much. Take care. Yes. And there would be certain gaming things that I would think a sightless person would want to stay away from, where it could not be verified. You'd want to be at a machine where when you hit something, it goes ding, 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 or buzz or something. All right, we're going to try a remote viewing experiment. Now, what does that mean? That means I have many objects in this room, but I have brought in a foreign object. And I am going to not say anything more about that object other than that. And I'm going to concentrate every chance I get, including right this minute, on that object. I am letting my mind concentrate only on that object. It is indeed a very, very unusual object. If anybody out there can nail it, send me a fax. I'm going to give my fax number, or call me, whatever it is, and take your best shot. The last time we did this, we had 2 people who nailed it. One who particularly nailed it, I mean down to the most intimate detail. It was frightening. It was impossible, but he did it. And so I'm trying another experiment now in honor of Major Dames, who was on the program, and I am now going to give you about 10 seconds of silence while I really concentrate on it. Here we go. Video, but I did. And I will continue to do that. I will continue to concentrate on it. If you think, what you've got to do is clear your mind, really, really clear your mind, concentrate on Little Pahrump, Nevada, and Art Bell sitting here, concentrating on this object. It is, well, I'm not going to say a word about the object or the nature of it, other than to say it is not normally in this room, but it is now. And I have made nobody aware that I even have this object, so it is a completely valid test. Anyway, there we go. That's as much as I can devote to it at the moment. I will devote much concentration at the top of the hour when we do the news. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
Yeah, I have a question for you. You familiar with Emanuel Velikovsky?
Yes.
I have been reading and collecting books over the past several years on all the different doomsday type scenarios, like Pole Shift by John White, Doomsday, The Science of Catastrophe.
Yes.
I've read Edgar Casey, Paul Solomon, Nostradamus, stuff like that.
Okay, turn your radio off.
I'm sorry. What is the latest scientific thought regarding Velikovsky's theories on, the planetary flyby and so forth in 1500 and 700 BC?
Mm-hmm.
And has any further geologic or archaeological proof been drug up, or any of his theories disproven?
Well, not that I am aware of. You might want to look into Zechariah Sitchin.
I've got his whole set of books. Has he released his latest one yet?
That would be the closest I would think of to a follow-up.
Yeah.
So that's my only advice.
Okay. Do you think that the Velikovsky stuff falls in with the quickening you keep referring to?
Well, I do, yes. I do. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this quickening thing, but I'm ruminating about that now. I don't really want to say any more about it. Listen, I'm concentrating again on my subject here, and you're welcome to come remote view. We're inviting you in as a special opportunity to remote view. See if you can grasp this object. I should be making it easy for you concentrating like this on it, right? First time caller line. Call toll free 1-800-618-8255. Now, James, we're going to have to start all over again. You made me hit the button. Gee whiz, James. No last.
It's just my natural reaction to say my first name.
I understand. No last name. So your first name is James, and where are you?
San Diego, California.
All right. Kogo.
Yes. I found that I can pick you up on 6 stations down here.
That's good.
Yeah. About this remote viewing thing?
Yes.
I think what you're concentrating on is, it's really fuzzy. I've been practicing this for quite a while, but I'm getting a real fuzzy picture. I'm sensing that it's small and rounded, and it's either clear or light colored. That's all I can get.
No, you started out. I don't. No, you didn't get it. I don't want to say warm, cold, that kind of thing, because that'll give up. To somebody else's.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. That's not it. No, that's not it. So again, I can't I really can't say warm, cold. I don't want to give hints. I want this to be a real thing. Hey, Art, want to hear something scary? I always do. My friend's dog was bitten on the tail by a snake. It immediately made the dog ill. His tail swelled to about 3 times the normal size in the space of a few hours. We killed the snake and took both to the vet. The vet said that it was the second case he had seen this month alone. The snake has no official name yet, but it's been identified as a crossbreed between our native breed of rattlesnake and our native breed of bull snake, which, by the way, are natural enemies. He said the half-breed's venom was nearly half again as powerful as the original rattlers. Step lightly out there. Wearing boots, A in Boise. You're on the air Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Hi.
Art Bell?
Yes.
Hi. This is Salim from United Arab Emirates.
From the United Arab Emirates, yes.
Emirates, yeah. I've been listening to you for 2 years in Denver. I'm studying in Denver. And
where
I really enjoy your show.
Yes, sir. Where are you now? You're back now in the United Arab Emirates?
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, I'm back for summer here.
I see.
so I got the chance to call you finally.
Well, did you have any trouble with our international line?
Not at all. That's the first ring.
The first ring. Well,
I got off. Yes, I got the AT&T number off your webpage and the international number, and that's my first dial, and I got you.
Are you able to get the web over there?
Oh yeah.
Then I presume that you could hear the show live on the real audio.
I've been trying to get that, but see that the connections are not that well here. But the web page is current, and I can get all the information out of it. I'll try again to hook up to my personal account in the university and see if I can get the radio audio through that.
Okay, I would very much like to know. You are my first call from the United Arab Emirates.
I know it will be the first one. Well, I've been listening for 2 years in Denver.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, on K-House 603, and I really enjoy your show, and I really miss it.
Well,
I'll be there in about a month.
Okay, well, you try and find us on the internet before you come home.
Okay, I have a question about the new La Chupacabra picture.
Oh, yes.
The photograph you have?
Yes.
That one is totally different than the one we had before. Do you have any news about that, or?
No, that second picture was submitted as by an anonymous person, and I think it is less credible in my mind than the first one.
That's what I thought. I thought.
But I still, we have a delay here, so we got to be careful. I still put it up on the web page, even though I did not think it was that credible, so people could see it.
How about the UFO wreckage? Is there any news about that?
Oh, there's a lot of news about that, and you can see that on my webpage. The complete scientific report is up there.
Well, that's great. I'll go and check it right now.
All right, my friend.
Well, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right, United Arab Emirates. That's the first one from the United Arab Emirates. In the air.
Yes. This is Wendy calling from Lawson, Missouri.
How you doing, Wendy?
I'm doing fine, and I am 50 miles northeast of Kansas City, and finally they have a signal that reaches all the way out here that I can listen to you.
Which one is that?
KCMO 810.
Oh, that's a big signal.
Yeah, well, it usually is, and I have to pick you up through WOAI,
yes,
which goes off at 4 o'clock here.
That's right, yes.
Or 1500 out of Minneapolis-St. Paul.
I believe we'll still be on the air in Kansas City for about another 13 minutes.
Yes, and I'm so glad I got to hear you. I mean, because I'm driving home from work. And I said, I get to listen to this all the way, when I get home.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. You call up Mike Murphy one of these days. Tell him I said hi.
Well, he said they've got a promo going that whenever they catch the Bigfoot, Mike Murphy will be holding the net.
I'm sure he will.
But, Art, thank you very much. And I work for Ford Motor Company, and these guys they are just turning on to you quick.
Well, that's super.
And thank you very much for your program. We really need something like this. I love the format.
Take care. It is an open, different kind of format, and we don't concentrate on any single thing here, as you must well know. If you've been listening for a while now, first-time caller line, you're on the air.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, Art?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Vern from America's Dairyland.
Hello there, Vern.
I was wondering when somebody with some authority is going to have, I'm kind of nervous, but...
when somebody with some authority
is going to have the balls to say that mosquitoes can spread AIDS?
Well, I would say that, thank you, Vern, that when they discover that to be a scientific truth, they would have no problem saying that. Or maybe they would. I don't know. That mosquitoes can spread AIDS. I always thought that it would be so. Why would it not be so? Mosquitoes take blood from one person, and they don't exactly deposit it in the other, but surely a bit of that blood could mix with the next victim of the bite. So I've always thought it possible, yet I think there is not yet scientific proof. But, I mean, how do they know? I mean, if somebody comes down with AIDS, minus a lifestyle difficulty, homosexuality or IV drug use or something like that, I think the tendency, even if a person says, well, I'm not a homosexual, or I'm not an IV drug user, the tendency is to say, well, I bet they were. So how would we know? That's the real question. How would we know? East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello.
Hello.
This is Kevin from Huntsville, Texas.
Hi, Kevin.
I was wondering if when you go on your vacation, you might put Dreamland on in your place.
Dreamland in my place?
Yeah.
Well, there will be Dreamland repeats during the time I'm on vacation, is the answer to that. And if you mean put Dreamland on this program, no. We would not do that, of course. But there would probably be, because of the nature of what we would use as repeats, we would tend to use guest appearances because they are timeless, of course. So you would hear a lot of things that would kind of go down that line. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Art.
Yes.
I think that what you're looking at is a triangular prism with a bunch of colors.
No.
No.
Nope.
Far off. Okay.
You didn't concentrate hard enough?
Okay.
Thank you. No, it's very specific. Very specific. And if anybody gets this, it is going to mean that remote viewing is real. And all I can promise is, top of the hour, I'm going to concentrate really hard on this. So be careful about getting your guess out too fast, or your vision out too fast. While the news is on, I will spend intense moments in concentration. First time caller line, you're on the air.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, Art?
Yes.
I'm about a half hour late, but happy birthday.
Oh, thank you.
I don't know about the remote viewing. I was going to say, before you got that fax, that you found a little baby rattlesnake, but I don't think so. The fax kind of canceled that out.
Right.
But happy birthday. We share this date. That's why I remember it.
Oh, you also
yes.
have a birthday today?
Yes.
Well, yesterday now, actually.
Yes. And also,
happy
you
birthday
play
to you.
my two favorite songs.
I do.
I never understood why that girl's song never really was, or she wasn't just considered the best.
Maria Moldauer?
Absolutely.
People like yourself, myself, either love her, or then there's a bunch of people out there who hate her guts.
Well, I never could understand it. I mean, I always thought it was just the best.
It is.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Thank you very
Adios.
much. Take care. Adios, indeed. Yes. Remote viewing, once again. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. It's Nathan in Los Angeles.
Hello, Nathan.
First of all, like I usually do, I want to berate KABC for not bringing on Dreamland, because sometimes you can't pick up Kogo early, your first hour of the show, and I never hear what Linda Howe has to say.
Well, that, of course, will change come wintertime, but I'll bet you before winter, KABC will pick up Dreamland.
Well, I sure hope so. I think the Arbitron should have given them some clue that...
Don't berate them too much, because they have contractual obligations in there, but what they can do is to time shift it.
Oh, I understand, yeah. And I believe that they will move their good host to time slots and keep you where you need to be. What I want to talk about is Major Dames.
Yes.
When he's talking years in the future, what I feel is that in our time span, what's past has already been put into time. But what's in the future, you have no idea. What he said, 4 to 6 years that babies will start dying, blah, blah, blah. I believe that might be true. but it could be 60 years. There's no idea of what the span time has to offer in the future because we can't comprehend it.
Well, I should have asked him exactly how he nails down the timeline, but he seemed very sure of what he was saying.
He certainly did. It's very scary. I hope that half the scary things that you discuss on your show don't come true. It's been nice talking to you, Art.
Thank you, my friend. And by the way, if you want a copy of the Major Dames interview, which everybody is wanting, or the one previous to it, the previous night, you can get copies of shows that I do, interview programs, and maybe tomorrow night's Graham Hancock interview. We'll be back.
The trip back in time continues with Art Bell, Coast to Coast AM. More somewhere in time.
I guess if I was walking in your shoes, I wouldn't worry none. While you and your friends are worried about me, I'm...
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from June 17th, 1996.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Art Bell, and we're roaring through the night. I just spent the better part of that newscast, the better part of it, concentrating on my remote viewing target, or providing you with a remote viewing target. We're trying another remote viewing experiment. Still hyped up because of Major Dame's appearance here, and so I've got an item that I brought into the room that nobody could guess in a million years unless you really can see it. And what I suggest is you draw it or send me email. Fax it to me. My fax number is area code 702-727-8499. Draw what you think you see. 702-727-8499. If anybody hits this, then there's no doubt about it. Remote viewing is real. Or send me email at artbell@aol.com. artbell@aol.com. And as much as I'm able during the show, I'm glancing over and really boring in and concentrating on this object. So email or fax if you can. Otherwise, the news of the day. Value jet flies no more. The FAA shut them down at midnight. I guess that was Eastern time, and there's something about this that really bothers me. All of a sudden, Value Jet is not airworthy after they have checked after the fact of the crash. I remember the day after the crash, FAA said Value Jet has met all safety qualifications. They are safe to fly. Remember that? Now they're not. Earthquake, 7.9, near the Banda Sea, the Flores Islands, and that's way down in Indonesia, east of Java, Indonesia. 7.9, that's a big earthquake. You should note it. Scientists seeking to unlock the secrets of Mount Vesuvius, due to blow up anyway, are going to rattle one of the world's most famous and potentially deadly volcanoes next week with 8 tons of high explosives. How would you rate that idea? As great, super, fun, or potentially disastrous? They're going to do it. Church fires, Rocky Point, North Carolina, number 33, predominantly a black church that stood for 133 years, now gone. Russian elections, Yeltsin and Zyuganov in a runoff. Oh, that has a certain rhythmic rhyme to it, doesn't it? Yeltsin and Zyuganov in a runoff. And the deal maker will be Lebed, the general, who got about 15%. Looks like he'll join up with Yeltsin. They asked him, would he join up instead with Zyuganov? He said never with the communists. So it looks like Yeltsin may be safe, but you never know. It may be that Zyuganov cannot attract Lebed's voters, whether Lebed invites them or not. So we'll just have to see. And a lot of other news. The First Lady looks like the ultimate target of Whitewater. I told you. And if she is indicted for something like obstruction of justice, which is the avenue they are proceeding down, what do you think that would mean for the president? Would he pardon her? Would he let her twist slowly in the breeze? Would he go on 60 Minutes and say, well, yes, there have been mistakes in our marriage, this being the latest, but I'm still a good president? What would he do? You're on the air. Hi.
Yo, hi, Art. Phil in Downey, California.
Yo, Phil.
Yeah, your doctor, the physicist astronomer, made a statement about the Dr. Berenson, I think his name is.
Yes.
He made a statement that before the Big Bang, there wasn't anything. There wasn't even light.
No time.
There wasn't any darkness, because that would imply.
Well, what he said was there was no time, literally.
Okay, so there wasn't anything.
That's right.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
So therefore, that would be a contradiction of the laws of conservation of matter, which states matter cannot be created nor destroyed, but transformed into another form. So, which would imply that a supernatural force would be responsible for the bang to begin with.
Well, he seemed to have no problem with that. With that theory.
Okay, and then there's also something in the Bible which has been bugging me for a long time. No quotations, but God in the beginning, God said, "Let us create man in our own image."
If you think
who
real
was
hard,
he
sir,
talking to?
Sir, if you think really hard about it, what he really said was, "Let there be light."
Yeah, okay. Well, let there be light. But I mean, who was he talking to when he said, "Let us create man in our own image"? You know, that really.
How about the angels?
Well, did he just have them as companions? I just thought he was kind of all alone in a vacuum.
Well, look, you're asking me questions that my son asked me, and I can't answer them. I don't know. I just took my best stab at it. Angels, maybe? Archangels? That's a pretty good guess, actually. And once again, when you consider no time, no light, a good first line is, "Let there be light." First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Oh, hi, Art Bell. I'm so happy to talk to you. This is Sunday in Fairbanks, Alaska.
Sunday?
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Yes.
Were you born on Sunday?
No, I was born on a Wednesday.
Well, then why did they name you Sunday?
Well, it's actually spelled like Ice Cream Sunday. My dad used to listen to a program called Argyle Sunday.
Oh,
a
yes.
long time ago when he was a little boy.
Well, it's a nice name.
Thank you. I just want to say that it's a good thing that I'm the boss, because I'd be losing my job because you keep me up all night long.
Well, I guess that's well. Do you work all night?
No, as a matter of fact, I don't. I sleep with some little tiny headphones that I have. I listen to you all night long. I wanted to tell you, you can send me some of those flesh-growing seeds that you have. I could scatter them over HARP.
God, I forgot to tell everybody. I think that I've received the seeds.
Oh, well, I'm glad I told you then.
I totally forgot. Doggone it.
I want to tell you happy birthday, too.
Well, thank you.
All right, nice to talk to you.
Take care. I've got seeds. They're like beans, all right? They're kind of like beans. God, I forgot all about this. I should have said something about it. And they just arrived in the mail in an envelope from Seattle. And so I'm considering what to do with them. Now, I have no way of knowing whether these are the seeds, the demon seeds, but they might be. They're dark, and they're like, they're like beans. That's the only way I can think to describe them. And I don't know what to do with them. So we'll see. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
This is Bill from Little Rock, Arkansas.
Hello, Bill.
And I'm calling, it was just very interesting that you were talking about amateur radio just now. I was calling to suggest that anyone interested in amateur radio, that the field day exercise was coming up this weekend.
Right.
And I'm very much looking forward to that myself.
That's where hams usually go up on a mountain somewhere and set up portable antennas with generators and all that kind of thing. And it's sort of like a ham radio camp out.
Well, we have had our field days always in city parks or somewhere like that, and we invite the public to come in and see what it's all about.
Oh, that's great.
This year we're going to have it we're going to be in a caboose on a steam railroad line.
Really?
They've invited us to throw logs in the steam engine.
Really?
To keep it going.
No kidding.
Yeah, we expect to have a real good time.
So in other words, between contacts, you guys got to go throw logs on the fire.
That's it.
That's great. Hey, my network just got me a new Yaesu 1000.
Neat.
For my birthday.
Those are super.
Yeah, I know. I'm happy. I'm going on the air at 4 a.m. Pacific.
I just heard that.
So.
Thank you very much.
All right, my friend. Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Take care. Ham radio. Yeah, what a blast. First time caller line. You're on the air.
Mr. Bell, this is Mike from Wilsonville, Oregon.
Hello, Mike.
Yes, you mentioned earlier in your program about why are there interstates in Hawaii that doesn't go anywhere?
Well, why are there interstate highways in Hawaii? Yeah.
Yeah. My dad used to work for the HDOT, and I grew up in Hawaii, and he had mentioned that the only way the state of Hawaii is to receive federal highway funds is to classify the interstates as...
Interstates.
Yes, interstates, right.
Still, it seems contradictory. Wouldn't you say?
It does, but I don't think there's any other way to classify that.
Well, they could call them within state.
Within. Maybe in the future it just might be interstate.
I mean, you can't. It's not like you can drive even to Maui or Kauai or anything.
Yeah, from what I know, it's only on the state of Honolulu, in the state of Oahu. I don't believe there's any interstates on the...
No interstates in the other
no, I don't
islands?
believe so.
Really?
Yeah.
Now that I think about it, you may be correct.
Yeah.
All right, my friend, thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Take care. Well, that was just a silly question, I suppose, but not so silly, really. Why would you have an interstate highway in Hawaii? Boy. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. I thought I'd just try my chance at this remote viewing thing.
All right.
Are you looking at a crystal ball by chance?
Nope.
Okay.
No, because I talked about that crystal ball on the air once or twice, and so that would be too easy a shot.
Yeah.
No. This is a very unusual item. Picked so that people couldn't just randomly guess it.
Okay, well, I just thought I'd try.
All right, thanks. Now, look, the whole idea of this remote viewing experiment is don't think about things that I've talked about, because obviously I'm not going to do that. That would not be a good controlled experiment. When I do this, I carefully pick out an item that you could not possibly guess. And so the only way to do it is to really remote view me. Come into this room. Many of you have seen photographs of my studio, so you know what it looks like, this room. And in this room, I have brought an object that is not normally here. And I am concentrating on it very, very hard. And the thing to do is let your mind go blank, easier chore for some of you than others. I guess you could say let your mind go black. The absence of everything. It's the color black, right? No, actually, black, I think, is a combination of all colors, isn't it? And or the absence of. Anyway, forget that part of it. Just let it go blank and let the picture come into your mind, coming from my little studio here in Pahrump, Nevada. And then fax me or email me. All right, west of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. I want you to take a shot at what you remote viewing here.
All right.
I'm going by symbols here, objects and all. I'm seeing something yellow, oblong, and having to do with a feather.
All I can tell you is you didn't get it.
I see.
There were aspects. I've got to be very careful here. If somebody nails it, I'll tell them.
See, because the thing is, when you did it last time, I called you off the air one day. When you did it last time, I was seeing something wire and a photo, and then when your wife said what it was, she said it was a photo with a wire frame.
That's exactly right.
So I'll look forward to hearing what it is and how close I got with that.
All right. Well, that's it. You're going to have to wait till I announce what it is. Because I don't want to do a hot cold kind of deal where I tell somebody, well, you're close here and not close there. That will give too many people an idea. I want this to be a good, controlled experiment. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
I'm a totally blind fan of your show.
Yes, sir. Totally blind, huh?
Yep.
Since birth?
Yes.
Tell us about your dreams.
Okay, my dreams are usually related to sound or voice. You know, I hear something and I relate to that, or about if I'm a car or something, I hear how it's described, the sound of the motor.
But you don't see objects? You don't, or do you in your dreams? Do you ever see objects, things, or shapes?
No, you don't. Usually it's either you feel, you touch or feel something, or it's described to you. I don't know how.
So as your sensory input is in life, so you dream.
Yes.
Fascinating.
We've got a bunch of people down at our school, FSDB in St. Augustine, who like your show, but it disturbs our sleep patterns.
Well, it disturbs mine, too.
Yeah, but the only problem is if we fall asleep in class, we get detention.
I understand. I do, and I appreciate what hours you can spend with me. Don't get in trouble.
All right, I've got a little joke for you.
All right.
About IBMs and Macintoshes.
What's a Macintosh?
Okay, Macintosh is a computer.
It is?
Yep, Macintosh.
Really?
Apple Macintosh.
No kidding.
Okay. And
when did they start making those?
In 84.
84, wow. I think I should have heard of them by now.
Okay, they, at school we were talking about Macs and IBMs, and somebody said Macs means make another choice, and IBMs means I've been misled.
Ooh.
It was this guy that loves Macs to death. He said that, and somebody that likes IBMs said the other one.
Well, Mac people are. I mean, they're good people. They're good people. They're just. They're just misled.
Yep, exactly.
All right. Thank you very much for the call, Max. Nah, I guess they're okay computers. But I am, there's no question about it. I am an IBM person. I prefer IBM. And I have likened Max to the beta tape machine. Ooh, that really drives him crazy. I get email on that. Ooh. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, hi, Art, the remote viewing.
Yes.
It's an autographed picture of Wayne Newton.
No, it isn't.
Okay, thank you.
Good try, autographed picture of Wayne Newton. I mean, that would be something that nobody could get, surely. It is a very, very specific item. That's all I'm willing to say. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Barbie in Mesa.
Barbie, yes.
I wanted to put in my 2 cents worth about the age thing. You were wondering why we celebrate our birthdays? Since I turned 21, I've been celebrating my birthday because every year older I get a little bit smarter. Also, you were talking about,
Well, how do you know that's just a matter of, it might be just a matter of perception. As more brain cells die, you simply begin to think more of yourself.
You got a point there. Oh, well, I'm still getting B's in school. I must be doing something right.
Well, that's a good measure, yeah.
Also, so you were talking about why does time seem to go faster and faster?
Yes.
Okay, when you've got a day-old baby that's been alive for 24 hours, an hour of that baby's life is the same period of time to that baby that 1 year to a 24-year-old person is.
You're absolutely right. I mean, from bottle to bottle, it's an eternity.
Right. Time. We perceive time as subjective. It's not objective to us.
Well, it's cruel. I mean, it really ought to go the other way. It ought to start out going fast and then end up going slow.
Well, that's only if you're a Mork.
A Mork?
Yeah, from another planet, you know, the egg thing, like Mork and Mindy.
Oh, yes.
Hey, happy birthday. Have a good night.
No.
Bye.
See you later. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Good. Where are you?
I'm in Milwaukee.
Milwaukee.
Uh-huh.
Cool. In fact, at times cold.
No.
Well, I know. It's summer now. Anyway, what's up?
Well, I had read the book Osler's Web about chronic fatigue.
Oh?
And how the government had tried to hide that.
Chronic fatigue?
Uh-huh. Well, tried to hide the cause.
And what do you think the cause is?
I honestly believe what's happening is our immune systems are breaking down from the ozone depletion.
You sound like Major Dames.
Pardon?
You sound like Major Dames. You know the guest I had on last week?
I didn't listen last week.
You didn't listen, huh?
No.
I see. Well, maybe you remotely heard it. That's exactly what he was saying, that our immune systems are breaking down due to the ozone problem.
Oh, boy. I'm glad somebody is saying it, because I thought that for a long time. I was diagnosed maybe about 5 years ago with it.
Really?
Uh-huh. And, you know...
Are you tired? Are you tired all the time? Do you sleep or what?
Well, you sleep when you have it. It goes in and out of remission, and sometimes you're fine, and then at other times it just hits. But when I first was diagnosed, I couldn't work. I couldn't do anything.
People probably called you lazy, huh?
Well, they told me I was nuts. Yeah, it was all in my head.
Mm-hmm.
And, I know it's not.
So, you think you're immune? Have you had any immune tests?
Well, I have a lot of allergies, and as I had gotten this, I started developing more and more and more allergies.
Well, that'll wear you down.
Mm-hmm.
No question about it.
Mm-hmm.
So, what do you do now? I mean, has there been any help for you?
Well, doctors still don't know what they're dealing with. It comes and it goes, it waxes and it wanes, and what can you do? You just have to take it as it comes.
Do you ever just fall asleep? Boom?
No, it's a tiredness that comes on.
Well, I wish you luck, and we will look into that, chronic fatigue. Chronic fatigue. I think a lot of times people who have that are regarded by many as lazy, and I wonder how, without a good medical ability to diagnose, you can differentiate between the two. And we're going to break here at the bottom of the hour, and then we'll be right back. I will do a little more intense concentration for the next 2 minutes on the object. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from June 17, 1996. Read that. Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from the 17th of June, 1996.
You guys aren't going to believe this. Somebody has hit it. So close, I would say it definitely is a hit. It's impossible. What I'm going to do is I'm going to call this guy right now, or I'm going to try to anyway. And let's see. What a surprise it is going to be for him. And I'm going to see if I can do this. Hold on. Let's see. Might be able to do it. See if we can be a big surprise to him. For sure. All the way across the country, too.
Whoa.
Is this Craig?
I got it.
Craig?
Yeah.
Craig, this is Art Bell, and you're on the air.
Huh.
All right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that okay? No. Is that okay with you, Craig?
Yeah. I got it, Mom. It's for me.
Tell her it's a national radio show. It is. You're on the air all over the country right now. Listen, Craig, you sent me the facts, right?
Yeah.
Now, I don't want you to tell everybody what it is, because that'll give it away and spoil it for anybody else.
Okay.
But I wanted to tell you, you hit it.
Wow.
Now, I want to know, Craig, have you done this kind of thing before?
No.
Never. How did you do what you did?
Well, I just kind of tried to picture, like, the area, like, around, like, a desert and a house, and I just, like, zoomed in.
And you zoomed in?
Yeah.
Did you close your eyes and kind of clear your mind of everything else?
Mm-hmm. I turned the radio off, and I closed my eyes and just thought about nothing else.
You're in Erie, Pennsylvania?
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations to you, Craig. You're a real winner, and you should investigate what you're able to do more carefully, because there's no way in hell you could have hit this, Craig. There's no way. So we will tell everybody later in the program what it was that you saw, but what you saw is correct, all right?
Okay.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
Bye. There you go, folks. There's one who hit it. There's one back in Erie, Pennsylvania. Long shot, too. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, I'm going to turn my radio off here.
All right.
Well, first I want to say happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
Even though you're a Gemini, I still like you a lot.
What do you mean? What do you mean by even though? Does this indicate normally you don't get along with Geminis?
Not really.
I see.
Yeah.
Have you had a bad experience with a Gemini? Maybe a boyfriend who threw you over?
No, well, actually I've never been thrown over, but Geminis are just hard to deal with because I guess they're twins. I don't know. It's definitely an evil, good combination there.
Evil?
Evil and good, yeah, like the twins.
I hate the word evil.
And why is that?
Because everybody says I'm evil.
Are you?
I have no idea. I
think everybody is in their own way.
There's a little bit of it in everybody.
Right. But the reason I'm calling is...
well, there may be more than average in me.
I'm sorry. Anyway, about the churches who've been, that have been getting burned up and stuff.
Now that's evil.
Exactly. That's what I was calling is there's no way that any part of that could be Christian or done out of love or anything like that.
Well, there's a lot of things done in God's name, huh?
Well, I don't know the whole point behind. I mean, what are they trying to tell people by doing that, by burning those churches up?
I don't know. I think I can only imagine, in my mind, that the motive is to begin a race war. Even though white churches have also burned, per capita, if you think about it, there's only 14% blacks in America, and there's more black churches than white that have burned. So per capita, you'd have to burn about 300 white churches to burn the same number. And so obviously it is racially motivated, and I think it's to begin a race war.
Well, I don't think that they will be successful in that because I really don't think that any African Americans or whatever, I really don't think they're going to retaliate. I think they're going to feel sorry for these people who are doing this and even pray for them.
Well, I do. I feel very sorry for them. I don't feel like praying for them. Thank you very much for the call. I'm not that much of a Christian. I'm not a good enough Christian. I told you last week, if I was a church-going person and it was my church that burned and I know who did it, I'd go after them. You know, there's no two ways about it. I'd go after them. Naturally, I would be locked up or go to the electric chair or something or another. But I would. You know, I'd go after them. There's no question about it. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Hello.
Hello. Turn your radio off, sir. That's number one.
This is H.F. Bob.
H.F. Bob.
Right.
Hello there, H.F. Bob. How are you?
I'm pretty good. Calling from Peru.
Oh, it's really H.F. Bob.
Yeah.
He's one of my neighbors. My God.
My God. Yeah. Wouldn't be your sword, would it, Art?
No.
Okay.
And anyway, you're totally disqualified.
Okay, I know.
You've been over to my house.
I have some more input if you got a minute.
Sure.
Okay, the fellow called in about the smog control.
Yes.
That was released by the Wall Street Journal, Art, and what the EPA is doing is they're trying to expand their empire naturally, the bureaucrats, you know. So they've taken 91 smog control specifications, and they're going to try and bring everything up to those. So they figure that anything prior to 91 will not smog.
Well, they're out of their minds. You know my little geos. I've got let's see, is it 90? I think a 90, and it'll pass.
I know, but the worst part of it is, Art, that, these cars are going to not pass smog before they're paid for. And think of all the people living in RVs and everything else.
Yeah, but what are they going to do? They're going to really come onto your property and say, I'm sorry, we're going to have to crunch up your car now.
Yeah.
And then take it away and put it in a car compactor.
Well, I feel like you do at my age. You know, I just soon take 2 meals a day and carpets and maybe conjugal visits. But, yeah, maybe I don't even need that at my age. Okay, I won't keep you, but it is a lot of truth in it. And then I think people of California, they're going to be next. They are experimenting with it in New Jersey, from what I understand, Art, right now.
Well, thanks, Bob. I can just imagine that. Gee whiz, folks. Out in the middle of nowhere, there you are, trucking along on the interstate. And you see a big flashing red light. It's the EPA crunch car van. And you're sort of the opposite of Ed McMahon. You know, they get out and take your car, and you get to take all your stuff out right there on the side of the road, and they take your car away, and they put it in a big crusher. Crunch it up. Yeah, right. You know, what do they want? A revolution on their hands? That's what they'll get. Anything older than 1990, he said, or 91 or whatever it was? Oh, come on. I really can't believe they're going to do that. They might try. They might think about it, but they can't do it. America's a country of people who motivate around by cars. And you take people's car. It's like the old days when you would steal somebody's horse. They used to hang him for that. And I'm sure the American people would do the equivalent of that to any government that would take their car. To the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yeah, hi, Art. This is Louis in Tacoma.
Hello, Louis.
Hi. I bet you if I ever get you 10, it's a banana, and you can eat it now.
No, it's not.
Oh.
So five did not get you 10.
Aye. Well, I'm not that much of a gambler anyway.
First-time callers call area 702-727-1222.
this past week that I've ever heard in a long time.
Well, they have been good, haven't they?
Gee, my knees. It's just too phenomenal.
Okay, you don't want to miss Graham Hancock tomorrow.
I won't. And he had that one Japanese fella on there. And I came in on just part of that one. Something that was supposed to be on TV on Fox that you were encouraging everybody to watch.
Well, Japanese fellow. Not Norio Hayakawa, was it?
Yeah, I think that was him.
All right, well, yes, that was the Gordon Cooper thing. No, Daniel Brinkley told us about that, so I'm not sure what you're talking about. But anyway, on Fox, not on UPN. So now I'm really not sure. I appreciate your call, though, sir. I've had so many guests, so many appearances, so many references to TV shows that I guess I don't know anymore. They say Mount Vesuvius is getting ready to go. There is now a plan, scientists plan, to detonate high explosives on Mount Vesuvius. Can you imagine that? I mean, you think about that a little bit. Of all the cool or uncool plans anybody could have, packing Mount Vesuvius with high explosives seems like a really poor idea. There's about 600,000 people now, at least 500,000, under Mount Vesuvius. And if they cause this thing to go, what are they going to say? I mean, what could you say to 500,000 lavid people? Is there such a word, lavid? Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art, Dan in the U District.
Hello.
Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you.
The guy that just called, he was talking about the repeat of Dreamland last night.
Yes. Oh, he was.
Yeah, he was talking about to Newark.
Well, I didn't hear it.
Oh,
I was celebrating my birthday.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's what that was about. It was they were going to show the alien autopsy, you know.
Oh, yes.
But I had two quick things. Number one is, do you think maybe sometime in the not too distant future we could have another Fast Blast?
Yeah.
I love those. They're a lot of fun, and we've been covering a lot of serious stuff lately. The shows have been great. I just thought maybe a little comic relief would be fun. And
comic relief. Hey, how about that First Lady?
Hey, yes, go Hillary.
Was I right about that? I called that 1.5 years ago.
Oh, it's getting too good, you know. It's unreal. I can't believe these people are actually in the Oval Office.
What do you think Bill will do should Hillary be indicted? I'm serious.
I don't know. He is so unpredictable. All
right, look, forget Bill, because you're right. He's unpredictable. Let's say you were in the White House. All right, there you are, cooking along, president, all the perks, the airplane, all the cool stuff, and your wife is indicted. What do you do?
And it's Hillary, and do I love her? Am I in love with her or not?
I don't know. You'd have to ask the people at 60 Minutes.
If I loved her, I'd probably, I don't know.
I mean, would you issue a pardon?
Oh, man, Art, don't ask me this. I mean, you know, he's such an illegitimate president. I mean, okay, I'll make it easy. I just cut her loose. How's that? That's the easiest answer.
All right. Thank you very much. The way I picture it happening is, as I said, on the first day when the press goes to Bill Clinton, he will say, I have 100% confidence in my wife. 100%. She will be vindicated. Then there will be more leaks. And there will be, then the indictment will get close. And he still will say, I have 100% confidence. But we are looking into the matter, and that's how you'll know when there's some little qualifier like that, some little qualifier, you'll know. And then there'll be this big White House conference where there'll be a divorce announced, or that Bill is filed from divorce and is disappointed in his wife. But see, he couldn't really do that, could he? Because if there's anybody who knows where every one of the skeletons are buried, in fact has documentation of those buried skeletons, it would be Hillary. So there would have to be a pardon. Ooh, that'd be a rough one, wouldn't it? First time caller line, you're on the air.
Hey.
Hi.
Yeah, I was wanting to guess at the
Well, guesses are bad. I mean, is this something you saw?
Yeah, I did.
All right.
I saw it.
What did you see?
I saw an antique kettle.
Antique kettle.
Yeah.
Bonk.
That's not it, huh?
Not it. Thank you for the call. Don't guess now. These must be visions that you have received. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hi.
Hi.
I tried the first-time call line, but I couldn't seem to get through on that, so I'll try the wildcard line.
However you can make it through.
Yes, this is Joe in Billings, Montana.
Hi, Joe.
And I just started recently listening to your show because my cousin caught me onto it.
How do you guys feel about the whole Freeman thing finally getting settled?
It really didn't mean too much to me. He is a roommate in college, is originally from there.
Really? Well, you know, I got a fax here saying the Freeman were sending me $1 million check, and I'm
not sure how legitimate that is because I think most of them are
Here it is. Let me read it to you. It says, "Happy birthday, Art. In appreciation for you and your great show, we'd like to become a corporate sponsor as well as send you a birthday gift all at one time. We're forwarding to you a check for the sum of $1 million for you to use at your discretion. Best wishes on your birthday. Signed, the Freeman." And I'm offering to endorse it over for something on the dollar. So it is a $1 million check from the Freeman. I could endorse it to you. How much is it worth?
Well, obviously it wouldn't be worth much because all the checks they've written were illegitimate anyway and fraud. But what I want to talk about was major bands.
Yes.
I've heard, I don't know how many shows you've done with you, but I've heard the last two. And each time I listen to them, I find myself walking around the room like frightened, thinking, okay, how serious is this? How legitimate? But I want to ask you, how legitimate is to your knowledge, how legitimate is that band?
Well, if you look into his record and his military record and what he did for the military, and I've got quite a bit of documentation, you know, I don't like to legitimize future predictions based on past success, but I don't know of any other way of doing it. Do you?
No, I don't either. I mean, from what I hear on your show, he sounds pretty legitimate to me. That's the only reason it kind of frightens me. As I listen to it, I try to tell myself, okay, this is just speculation, go with it. But I'm thinking, what would I do if this happened in 4 years? Should I start doing all the things that I've always wanted to do now, or should I should I wait and see if it happens?
Well, I guess it would depend on the degree of your belief. Do you have any credit cards?
No, I do not.
Well, maybe you should get some. Run those suckers right up to the limit, you know, if you really believe. If not, I would just conduct my life as I usually do.
Yeah, well, I'm 20 now, so I'm just going to start working on building my future life, and I guess if this stuff comes, I'll have to either move to Swiss Alps or find a nice island.
I'm going to tell you a true story. We played a what if one night long ago about what if asteroid was going to hit the U.S. in 6 months. Or hit, I'm sorry, the world, really. And destroy the world. The KT event for human beings. What would credit card companies do? And you know, we actually got an answer. I'm serious. In other words, everybody, obviously, if they could, would go out and party hardy for the last 6 months, run their credit cards right up to the hilt. And so some lady waited until the next day and called, I forget, MasterCard or Visa, one of them, and asked them that question. What would your company do? And they answered. They said, well, actually, we have thought about that, and we would allow people to go ahead and charge right up to their limit.
Well, I don't see why it would matter. I mean, it's going to end anyways. Let them have fun.
Yeah, their answer was, suppose it missed. Then the people would owe us all that money. And if it hit, it would be academic. So from their point of view, they would let everybody go ahead and charge to their heart's content. Cool, huh?
Yeah, I don't want to monopolize time on the phone here, but remote viewing, is that, Ed Baines, is that something he invented or something he trains, or what is that exactly?
A sort of yes to both. In other words, he was in the military program, he says, that initiated all this.
Okay, yeah, I heard that.
So, did he invent it? I don't know. He trains in it. So a sort of yes.
Yeah, because I was kind of getting interested. I thought, well, maybe in the next year or so, if I had the money, I'd Don't have to go down there and give it a shot.
Yeah, wouldn't that be something? Thank you very much for the call. What do you say that to go through the course is about $4,500 or something? West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Is this Art?
It is.
Oh, Art, this is Terry from Palm Desert, California.
Hi, Terry.
Listen, I got two things to ask you.
Okay.
And then I think I know what the object is, but I'll say that for last.
All right.
First thing is, you had a guest on a couple weeks ago, an Indian fellow talking about the Pleiadians and the aliens and all that stuff. Do you remember that?
Well, I've had several Native Americans on, yes.
Well, a question I would like you to ask him next time you have him on is he was talking about the sightings over Mexico, and I think he seemed to know something he wouldn't tell us, and I was thinking that might be where he might know the next wave of sightings might be.
All right.
That was one thing, and the other one was, I've got an article here that's pretty interesting in Backpacker magazine about drama in the night sky.
Drama in the night sky.
Right. This is about the Aurora Borealis is going to be seen throughout the United States next year.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that.
Have you heard about it?
No, I haven't, but why do they say that will occur?
Well, it would take about a minute to read the article. I could read it pretty fast.
No, please don't. Just tell me why.
Well, the first time in a couple of centuries, they don't say why, but they do have, this is from the Space Environmental Laboratory.
Probably the old jet stream coming down to the deck. All right, listen, we're running out of time anyway. I'm going to the news here.
It's on the World Wide Web. If you want to put me on hold, I can give you the information.
Just tell me what the object is.
The object?
The object.
It's just the Aurora Borealis. They say it can be maybe...
No, the object, the remote viewing we're doing here.
Oh, a beach ball.
Wrong. Bonk. Thank you, and I'll take that WW address from you in a moment. World Wide Web address. We'll be right back.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time.
Now, reflecting on the plan to put high explosives on Mount Vesuvius. Art, happy birthday. What does a beached whale and a volcano have in common? Answer, idiots with explosives. Live long and prosper, Robert and Roswell. And then there's one more item here, Art. I think you're cheating. I keep picking up that M.C. Escher drawing of a man reflected in a crystal ball which he is holding. The only other image I get is one of you leering. You seem to have horns. That's Lawrence. Thanks, Lawrence. All right, we are now going to do Fast Blast. And believe me, when we do it here, it is indeed fast. So, if you're ready, away we go. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, I'd like to take a wild guess at your object.
What is it?
Does that something to do with baseball?
No, wrong, bonk. All right, we are now hereby canceling the remote viewing project. Only one guy got it, though I have not checked my email. You can continue to fax if you want, but no more telephone responses during Fast Blast to my object. Okay, cancel that idea. Anything else is fair game. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
I was just going to tell you what I thought it was.
Oh, no, we're not doing that now. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Just wanted to know why you're not.
No, we're not doing that anymore. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yeah, this is Kermit, and I'd like to say that you need to pay more attention to IRC.
All right, thank you. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Yes, the American Revolution was caused by the issuance of currency by America. This is what the freemen have done, and they are being persecuted. They call the same lies that the patriots of the early Americas were called by the media today.
All right, thank you. First time caller line on the air.
Yazoo 1000 the best.
All right, thank you. Yes, it is. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, TTC on the IRC. Come on in.
All right, west of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Oh, hi, Art. Ed in Fallon, California. Major Dame said that the Art's parts was actually part of a time machine.
He did.
Yeah, can he expand on that, or?
No, he's not here, so he can't. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
All I want to say to America is stop and think about Richard Nixon, who was the most lying, thieving president we ever had, and Clinton said he was a great man.
I'd say it's a close contest. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Gerhardt, Oakland, California. If the God of the Bible
if that God did exist, it would be necessary to hang him by the neck until dead for crimes against humanity.
Thank you. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Yes, headline, Art Bell. Headline paper. Art Bell believes in UFOs, but has problems with black helicopters. Go figure.
Art Bell doesn't believe in either one, except, actually, he believes in black helicopters more because they really are out there. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Prediction. If Hillary is indicted, she will be the victim of an Arkansas suicide.
Oh, the circle grows larger. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Scary thought, Freeman in Missouri.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yeah, are you going to have anyone on that speaks about the Montauk project?
I've had many people on who speak about that. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Yeah, Bowman delivering papers in Washington State about Hillary and Bill and who would forgive whom. It's like asking Charlie McCarthy if he would forgive Edgar Bergen.
Yeah, thank you. A wildcard line, your turn, you're on the air.
All right. Why do you keep calling me? Leave me alone.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes. I just wanted to inform the public that government agencies regulate pesticides on the basis of risk versus benefit, and that means that risk to your health versus benefits to the food industry's profits, rather than primarily protecting the human health, are...
That sounds good unless you're in the hospital somewhere. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, Art. Skip from Placerville. America in turmoil. 50% of the people are worried about losing their jobs. The other 50% are worried that they're going to get one.
All right. That's probably right. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Yes, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, calling to tell you and the American public that all voting does is placate the public into thinking that they have an opinion, and also voting gives you jury duty.
Indeed. That'd be WFTL in Fort Lauderdale, right?
That's WFTL.
All right. You're my first caller from FTL. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Bakersfield needs you back.
All right. Thank you. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
I'm on the air.
Yes, you are.
This is Josh from Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Hi, Josh. Go.
And I just wanted to complete that thought by Rene Descartes. I think, therefore I am.
Therefore I am, I think it is. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Ann from Fullerton.
Yes.
And what if they spelled interstate in Hawaii I-N-N-E-R?
Interstate. Very good. Thank you. Very good. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yeah, snow plow drivers drive the trucks by the house and plow the roads out. I'm Marty in Kansas City.
Well, all right, but see, the question was, how do they get to work? Surely they don't have the snowplow at their house. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Everyone listening to Art Bell during Past Blast, be sure to leave your radio on when you call in.
Yes.
Leave your radio on when you call in.
What good advice.
Leave your radio on when you call in.
First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Hello, this is Ken from Houston.
Yes.
For your remote viewing?
No, we're not taking those during Fast Blast. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Clinton, divorce Hillary, marry Princess Di. Art, what's your date of birth, your time of birth, and where were you born?
I was born on Camp Lejeune in North Carolina. I was born at 12:53, I think, in the afternoon. June 17th, 1945. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
I got two quick comments. I'm calling from Alaska, and KENI is no longer on the water. They moved into the Diamond Center. And number two, anybody but Clinton in 96.
All right. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Yeah, I was just wondering if that idiot that thought up the idea of poisoning the drug supply was sucking on a cigarette when he thought of it.
He probably was, as a matter of fact. Thank you. A wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Mick from Moorpark. In Japan, they already have a policy of making people scrap their cars when they hit a certain number of miles. The motors are for sale here in California. It's soon to happen here.
I believe it. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Greetings from the Mid-South Plains of the United States, the new desert where we've gotten rain 4 out of the last 6 days.
Well, I bet everybody back there is heaving a big sigh of relief.
We're not quite dancing naked, but we're close.
All right, my friend. Thank you. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning.
Yes. One thing about the chupacabra, if I'm pronouncing that right.
Chupacabra, sir. Say it. Say. Let me hear you. Chupacabra.
Not bad. One thing you haven't hit on when it comes to that little creature, for it to avoid humans the way it does and everything, you would have to have an IQ of about 300.
Well,
and if that would be the case, we couldn't let it live and would have to keep it in the cage if we did.
All right, sir. Thank you. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Well, that wasn't clear. Do the wild thing. It's 702-727-1295. Wild card line, you're on the air.
La chupacabra, bite your face off in the night.
Yes, it does. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yeah, it's a dream catcher with a purple and a green feather.
No, it isn't. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
New Orleans, Louisiana. The chupacabra is being chased by vampires in the French Quarter.
All right, thank you. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art Bell. How you doing?
Okay.
Hey, listen, this is Rod. I'm calling from the Virgin Islands, all the way in St. Thomas.
Oh, yes.
We got you. Hey, listen, I want to wish you a happy birthday from everybody down here. We listen to you all the time, and we love you.
Well, thank you, and it's good to know that you people in the Virgin Islands can get through on the East of the Rockies line. Now we know.
Well, I tried real hard.
All right, well, you made it. Thank you. That's good to know. Virgin Island people can get through on the East of the Rockies toll-free line. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
What if Major Dames knows the future because he is privy to HARP plans so that he can establish credibility for Operation Starman?
The Major has seen that HARP played. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Did you hear about the new KFC Hillary special?
East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hey, what the heck is this chupacabra thing?
You'll find out late one night. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
I heard the reason why you're such a good man is because your father was a Marine.
He was indeed. East of the Rockies, or still is, I guess you're always a Marine. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Hey, Art, how's it going? This is Matthew in Hollywood.
Hello, Matthew.
Hey, I was just thinking when that caller was asking about who God was talking to.
Yes.
I was thinking, and then you said, first words you said was, let there be light.
Right.
I was thinking, there's no time without light. So as soon as
there was light, that's correct. Exactly right. That's the point I was trying to make. He was probably referring to the Holy Spirit. But yes, isn't that something?
Yeah, that was a brainstorm. I heard you say, I was all sitting there by myself. I'm like, the angels. Whoa, that was a great answer.
Well, it was the best I could do quickly.
All right, Art, happy birthday.
Take care. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Mr. Bell.
Yes.
This is Sandman in Seattle. How you doing?
I'm fine.
Hey, a few weeks ago I sent a little book off to you called Pandora's Clock.
Oh, I've got it. I've got it. I'm reading it. No, I am reading it.
Do you like it thus far?
Yes.
I understand they're going to make a movie out of it.
I bet they are. That is my current read.
Good. Yeah, I hope you enjoy it. I figure you would. It's got death and disease and all the good stuff in it you so much enjoy.
Yes, you know me well.
Hey, I also liked your little synthesizer, voice synthesizer that you have.
Cool, huh?
When did you get that anyway?
Well, I began to look into it when I had a few people using it on me, and then people started calling me up and saying I was the devil's toe jam and stuff.
Right, I remember that.
Yeah, there you go. So I figured, just like when they said I'm in the CIA.
Yeah.
What the hell? You know, if they're going to think that I'm the devil's toe jam, I'm CIA, 99th degree Mason, and other stuff that I can't even talk about, I might as well go ahead and say, yeah, that's me.
Certainly, and then.
You know.
Hey, I wonder what the Bigfoot's voice would sound like through the synthesizer.
Something like this.
Something like that. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Thanks.
You bet.
See you later. Yeah, that's it. I've taken that tack, you know. I mean, the more you deny something, the more people say, that's you. You're a one-worlder. You're in the Trilateral Commission, aren't you? The Council on Foreign Relations. We know you sit there. You're a Mason. You're CIA. You're the devil. Well, don't deny it. I mean, it stops them cold. You know, if they think you're the devil, let them think you're the devil. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Barbara in Surprise, Arizona, the other part of the desert. Happy birthday. Love your show.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Yeah, Art, I wanted you to know and everyone who's listening that I still love my ex-girlfriend Suzanne in Fresno, California, KMJ.
All right, Suzanne, he still loves you. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Yeah, the number of your years total is higher than the number of your IQ, your intelligence.
Well, thank you. That's so sweet of you. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Quick question. A couple of days ago, you had a guy come on, just a caller, who had dreams that were coming true about sports events.
Yes.
I was wondering, which name did he say for the U.S. Open?
I think it was Tom Watson, and I think he blew it. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Yeah, when will you have Major Dames back on again?
I just had him.
I know, but he's that good.
I know. Well, we'll have him on again soon. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, this is Stan from Bakersfield.
Hi, Stan.
And you've lost your KNZR here.
Well, we're moving to Kern. That's why.
Good.
All right?
Good night.
All right, good night. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Yeah, every time I see Bob Dole on TV, he's crying. I think I'm going to vote for Lamb.
Well, there is something to that. Bob Dole does shed a lot of tears. It's not necessarily bad, but it's been more than a little lately. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Hi, this is Simona from San Diego.
Hi, Mona.
Hi. Well, actually, it's Simona.
Simona, all right.
I just wanted you to know I love your show, and I wanted to ask you, in your music, are you using anything by Dead Can Dance?
No, I'm not. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. I call from L.A. The other day I saw in our news here that 14 tourists in Scotland saw the Loch Ness Monster and confirmed it for about 5 minutes. Why didn't any of them have a camera?
It's a good question. I also heard that same news. 15 people saw the Loch Ness Monster. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
This is Kiwi in Honolulu.
How you doing?
Just one point. Everybody, the Bible is a very nice story, but don't take it so seriously. Also, watch A&E Biography on A&E.
All right. Thank you. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Destroy the oligopoly and kill the Masons.
Oh, now don't say that to a 99th. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. This is ultra-conservative TJ from San Clemente. Just a reminder that gun control is hitting what you aim at.
It certainly is. As a matter of fact, it's in the Supreme Court right now, and they're going to take a look at Brady. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Happy birthday, Art. This is Gordon from Columbia Mo on KFRU 1400.
Yes, sir.
And we're about to lose you at the top of the hour. You've got to tell us the object before the top of the hour and what Craig said.
All right, I'll do it. Thank you. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Good morning, Art. Bryn Marie.
Hi.
Some primal termites knocked on wood and tasted it and found it good. And that is why your cousin May fell through the parlor floor today.
Thanks, Bryn. That's so Bryn. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hey, in Denver, we just had Graham Hancock here, and he had a great speech there, but I wanted to say, when you get him in there, he overlooked the fact that the Sphinx is obviously a combination of Virgo and Leo. It did not begin in Leo. It began in Virgo.
All right, we'll ask him about that. First-time caller line. Call us toll-free at 1-800-618-8255. That's terrible. That's I can't air that. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
Love your taste of music, and happy birthday to you.
Thank you, and have a good morning. First-time caller line, you're on the air. No, East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Robert, murder capital of the world, New Orleans. Happy 51, and may you have 51 more. God bless America.
Thank you, my friend. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, in '89, the communism supposedly died, and the head of the beast was supposedly wounded unto death. And now they're coming back to communism, and all the world wondered after the beast.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Here, kitty.
Not bad. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hey now.
Hey now. Or maybe he said K now. That's Denver. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. Love your show, Mike in Santa Barbara.
Hi, Mike.
I'd like to see you get on Packet Radio.
Packet Radio. Well, that's about the last hurdle for me, so expect me there soon. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hey, everybody, look in the July issue in the back in the classified ads of Pop Mechanics. You can write a letter to Timothy McVeigh of the Freeman if you want to, but I wouldn't put your return address on there. Thank you.
You're welcome. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
It's John from Illinois.
Hi, John.
And?
Say? Yes?
Is Jesus Satan the Father? The male aspect of God? God forbid, Solomon forbid, and do you think Solomon believed in reincarnation? Thanks a lot.
You're welcome. A lot. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. Dave from Thousand Oaks, California.
Yes.
One quick question about that voice-changing device that you have.
Yes.
Can you do that laugh in a really high voice as well as a low one?
You would be very surprised what I could do. I could go absolutely crazy, or I can go the other direction. I can go in any direction I want. I can go absolutely nuts.
Uh-oh.
Does that help you?
I'll bet.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Oh, how would you like to get Nader on your show as a guest?
I would actually. You mean Ralph Nader, right?
Yeah, I got a number here for you, Art.
Well, you can't give it on the air, so you're.
Well, I can give it to you. You can press that.
That's
number.
true. I can. Hold on, then. Hold on. I'll take it from you off the air. Sure, he'd be fun to have on. All right, we're halfway through this hour's Fast Blast. We'll do another half hour. Sure is fun. And
this is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time. Listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from June 17th, 1996.
More Fast Blast on the way to the top of the hour in just a moment. A quick note from Major Dames, who of course is listening to the program right now. What we're doing is not actually remote viewing. Although I guess it could be. It's telepathy. In other words, my concentrating on something and trying to translate that to you is actually telepathy and not technically remote viewing. And I'm sure that is technically correct. Though somebody certainly could come in here, I'm sure, and watch me watching the object, and that would be indeed remote viewing. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
This is Ron from Enterprise. Life's the life of war. I only wish I'd have read the instructions more before I opened life's front door. But now I know that time will pass and death is after that.
Well, that's as sure as taxes. First time caller line, you're on the air.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know you have a great show. This is Leona from Pueblo, and if Ron's listening, I love you, hon.
Leona loves Ron. Thank you, Leona. A wildcard line, you're on the air.
Art, happy birthday, and I want you to do an Alta Vista search for Ergate.com.
All right, we'll take a look. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yeah, Art, can you tell me how to get you in?
I can't really hear you.
Oh, sorry. This is Lee in San Antonio.
Yes?
I want to ask you, how do I get you after WAI goes off in San Antonio?
Well, on the Internet, pretty much. That's your only shot down there as far as I know. I know we go off at 2 a.m. Pacific, so the Internet has real audio. If you've got a computer west of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, this is Halcyon from Pound Art Bell. I'm just on the IRC. I'm just wishing you a happy birthday from us down there.
Thank you, and please say hi to everybody on the IRC for me. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Art Bell?
Yes.
You sure are 30.
Thank you. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Nope, guess not. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. How you doing?
Okay.
Is it a diamond ring?
No. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
It's a baseball bat.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hey, I want you to clear this Antichrist thing up, Art. Go ahead and claim Jesus Christ as the Messiah, and you're not the Antichrist, right?
Well, people would say it anyway. Doesn't matter what I say. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hey, the voice of Dave says, watch the moon, always check the mirrors, and see y'all in the dream time. Good night.
Good night. East of the Rockies, your turn. You're on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
This is Randy from Nebraska.
Yes, Randy.
You know, when you had Major Dames on that first half-hour segment,
yes,
you asked him where people should go to prepare for this, and he said cold weather climate would be good because it would protect them from diseases.
Yes.
And then when you asked him where he was planning on going, he said...
Time is short.
West and south from
that's
where
right.
he's at in California.
That's right. Yes, yes, yes.
And I'd also be interested in knowing what...
Why did you repeat that to me? I know what he said. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Art, this is the Seeker from IRC.
What's the wildcard line? You're on the air.
Hi, this is Matt from Eugene.
Yes.
If you meet up with La Chupacabra, chances are he will no habla.
Yeah, well, I won't, so I'll end up with no blood. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi,
How you doing, Art? This is Bill in St. Louis.
Yes.
Hey, there's a sign on the highway. Has a picture of a guy in a Hooter outfit saying, "Hooter guys, worse than get a grip."
West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Art Bell.
Yes.
This is Tony from Denver.
Hi, Tony.
Just 2 quick points here. I'm a biology student. Just wanted to mention that even my professors and such estimate that we've only discovered 8% of the world's species. And also, with your white and black thing you were wondering about earlier, white is all colors and black is the absence of color.
All right, thank you. I knew it was one way or the other. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. Liberal Sue in Illinois.
Hey.
KSD country.
Yes.
I just want to say happy birthday to my favorite conservative.
Oh, that's kind of you, Sue. Thank you and good morning.
Good morning.
Liberal Sue. Boy, she sends some scorching faxes. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Good morning, Art. Pat and San Anello, KYOS.
Yes.
Many happy returns of the day to you.
Thank you.
2 comments. Since cigarettes are illegal to be smoked in a grocery store, why in the world are they allowed to sell something that's illegal to use on their premise? And the smoking law was defeated twice, the anti-smoking in California on the ballot, and they turned around and made it city ordinances.
All right, we've got to hold it there. There's also somebody who just said cigarettes are the only product that if used exactly as instructed will be sure to kill you. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, Art. Outrider, Oklahoma City. Agent provocateurs have been not researched enough in our current social political situation. Also, I encourage everybody to buy a shortwave radio before FEMA makes them illegal.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
I got 2 quick things to say. A gun kills when somebody pulls the trigger, and if you're hungry out of work, you need an environmentalist.
First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
This is Ellen from Arizona City, Arizona, and I think it's a creosote bush.
You do, huh?
Uh-huh.
All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Talk to the tree people often.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
Hi, Art.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes. Go.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
And I wanted to tell you, when you reach 50, you are in the old age of your youth, but when you reach 51, you are in the youth of your old age.
I'll try and bear that in mind as I cry later. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
All right. Rich from La Habra, California.
Yes, sir.
Hey, when in combat, never share your foxhole with someone braver than you, and never forget that your weapon was made by the lowest bidder.
It's true. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Did you know, Art, that there was a volcano in New Zealand today?
I did know that. I saw it. It spewed ash 8 miles into the air, dear.
Incredible.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
I said shut up. As in close your mouth and stop talking.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Good evening, Air Bell.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, I am Rico in Minnesota.
Hi, Rico.
I'm a really confused hermaphrodite.
That was, as a matter of fact, Rico, they named a law after you. First-time caller line, you're on the air. And it applies to both sexes. Go ahead. Nope. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
T-Ben rules.
Oh, I missed that. What rules? West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yeah, this is Mark up in Sparks.
Yes.
And I had a piece of advice for you now in your old age.
I need advice in my old age.
Yes, make sure you're when you're walking around at night, keep some lights on so you don't trip and fall into a black hole.
Thank you. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
The thing on your table is a Roman warrior's helmet.
Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hey, I called earlier and I forgot to ask you a question.
Well, you're not allowed to call back. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Monty of Michigan.
Monty of Michigan. I like that.
Yeah, thank you. When you had Stanton Friedman on the other evening, he mentioned that there was this magazine down in Brazil.
Yes.
That had the information on the crash.
That's right, yes.
I sent you a website that has that.
I got it.
Okay.
I got it. Thank you very much. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Thanks to those who love the earth. Those who don't are missing what's holding them up.
First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Hello, Art Bell.
Yes.
Hi, this is Nancy, and I'm calling from Eagle Point.
Yes.
And I would just like to tell you that your birthday is a red serpent in the Mayan dreams, pal.
Does it have horns?
Yes, it's a red serpent. That's the life force. And I would also like to talk to you about the Gabriel's horn thing.
Oh, my Gabriel's horn. Yes, well, I'll try and fit it in. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
It's a wooden duck. It's like painted yellow.
Uh-huh. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello, this is Matt from Farmington, New Mexico.
Howdy.
You know, tonight, with your remote viewing thing, would be a great chance for Major Dane to put up or shut up, you know?
Well, he said he actually put up. He said it's not really remote viewing, and he's, of course, correct. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Morning, Art. Gary from Santa Rosa. And I'd just like to say, Gaia, lock and load.
Wildcard line, your turn, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. We women of the world say enough already of having our tax dollars go for male aggression in the military and the criminal justice system while we only commit 1% of the violent crimes. Enough already, and visualize world peace through castration.
Uh-huh. Boy, doesn't that give you the shivers? East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, why do we drive on parkways and park on driveways?
There's no real answer for that. It's like, why are there interstates in Hawaii? West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Wake up, America, and smell the Clintons.
First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Sam in Nebraska. Touchdown, touchdown, touchdown. Bring back Pavelka.
Wildcard line, you're on the air.
T-Bone rules. Thank you.
You're welcome. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Oh.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Why don't the explosion in the volcanoes, maybe to open a vent to keep it from blowing up on the other side.
Well, that's a good theory, but I mean, still, high explosives on Vesuvius, come on. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hell, Satan.
Oh. Now, see, that sounded even more evil than some of my stuff, didn't it? First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Yes, I just called to see if any famous singer sung you happy birthday this year.
Not this year, but I saved the one from last year. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Groom the commies out of your hair. Use atomic combs.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
First-time callers, area 702-727-1222.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
If you want to have more fun like you had with the Ouija board, keep encouraging remote viewing and telepathy.
All right, the Devil's Playground, eh? Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hey, Art, happy birthday. This is Anson from Missoula. And in the immortal words of Mark Twain, God, please save me from your followers.
Yeah, we'll be right back. The Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, this is Lori in Memphis.
Hi, Lori.
I wanted to say happy birthday
Thank
to
you. Thank you.
And hi to my fellow Nolies.
All right. Boy, that's a nice accent. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hey, Art. This is Scott from California.
Yes, Scott.
I'm talking about the white supremacists that you were having there, how they could be Christians.
Yes.
And my hypothesis, I guess you would say, is that they said they would be robed in white garments. And also Jesus came down robed in flesh. So I was wondering if they can make a correlation of those two.
Anybody could, sure. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Good morning, Art.
Morning.
Chile con chupacabra.
I don't know what that means.
That's the hottest dish in town.
Wildcard line, you're on the air. Nope, East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Buck from Who Dat?
Who Dat? Yes, down New Orleans.
Yeah, Robin name is a chupacabra.
All right, thank you. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello, Art. Skip in Colorado.
Yes.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Please give your fax number again.
All right, it's...
HARP may need to be done. How would you tell the world when they wake up tomorrow everything would be different? And I just thought, if Clinton could pardon Hillary to one of the country club prisons, there could be more golf, state dinners with escorts.
Jeez. Fax number, area code 702-727-8499. Wildcard line, you're on the air. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
All right, Bill.
Yes.
Janet, the chupacabra came to the back door, and the head turned around, and it was Janet Reno.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Happy birthday, Art.
Thank you.
We are all a part of God, I'm sending you A Course in Miracles.
All right, I'll look forward to that. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello, this is Larry from the Midwest. Hello.
Hello.
If you come down to Arkansas, you'll win one of these free gifts: a new car, a new house, a big screen TV, or a 35mm camera.
It's an invitation. Wild card line, you're on the air.
Happy birthday, Buddha Belly from the Perfect 10, and I just wanted to let you know, I am a goddess.
I'm sure you are. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Hi, this is Debbie in Wilmington.
Hi, Debbie.
Wilmington, North Carolina. I never hear anybody from here.
Well, now we have.
Can I sing happy birthday? Real fast?
Real fast.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. I want to go to Machu Picchu with Daniel Brinkley and you.
Oh, that sounds inviting. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, Art. Happy birthday, and I want to say, when you had Major Dane on the phone.
Yes.
When he said move south and west, was that the Netherlands?
Yes, the Netherlands. See you there. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Art.
Yes.
Yeah, consolation for Christian doubters. Luke 12:10 basically says.
No. First time caller line, you're on the air.
Hi, this is Raymond from St. Charles, Missouri.
Yes.
I'd like very much to know about the Griffin sightings from a few weeks back.
Well, we'll see what we can find out for you. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
The Tasmanian Devil's got a tattoo of me on his arm, huh?
West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Good evening, Art. We landed on your planet looking for intelligent life. Oops, we missed.
Oops, we missed. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Happy birthday, Art. I love you. This is Debbie in Kansas City.
Thank you, Debbie.
A while back, you were asking immortals whether or not they have gray hair. Do you remember that?
I do.
It occurred to me then that perhaps gray hair on immortals is like rings on trees.
Maybe it is. Maybe we could figure their age from that. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Happy birthday, Art.
Thank you. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Oh, you would have been on the air. There's some weird noise there. East. Oh, we've still got it. Uh-oh. I better use it over here. Let's see. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
I support an initiative to put 100,000 more guns on the street.
Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Will you please leave us chupacabras alone?
No. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, I was wondering if it's true that Hoagland got murdered.
No, I don't believe that it is. There is a rumor going around that Richard Hoagland was robbed and killed, and I have been checking into it. I believe he's in Europe right now, and I think he's just fine, but we're checking. First-time caller line.
Call the wildcard lines, area 702-727-1295.
Oh, Al, you did the wrong thing. You're not allowed to give your last name on the air.
Oh, sorry.
So let's try it again. This is Al calling from where?
Garden City, Kansas.
And what do you want to say, Al?
Your wife has asthma?
Yes, she does.
People don't take that too serious. But I had a son pass away at 32 years old with an asthma attack.
Let me tell you, Al, there are more people that have died of asthma in the last few years than in all of our history. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. This is the Reverend from St. Paul calling you back with my personal belief on the Almighty. It is not a he. It is not a she. It is an it, and it sure as hell blessed the world when it gave all the Insomniac radio fans you. Happy birthday, dude.
That's very kind. Thank you. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Jesus Christ is Lord. This is the Shoemaker from Savannah, Missouri. Hello, Red Racers. Art Bell, happy birthday. Bye, Marty.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
It may be the devil's playground, but it's God's rule.
There you go. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Chupas are homeless Republicans.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
This is Jesus Christ in New Orleans, and you're all going to hell.
Well, we probably are. Meet you there. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Oh, happy birthday, Art, from Pete in Portland.
Thank you.
As I looked up in the sky, let Chupacabra drop whitewash in my eye. Oh, I'm glad the Bigfoot don't fly.
Yeah, there you go. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Yes, Art Bell, save a tree, eat a beaver. Thank you.
You're welcome. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, Art. Do your new listeners a favor, and while you're gone on vacation, have the interviews that you had with people, rerun.
All right, we'll see what we can do. Thank you very much. Listen, I want to tell everybody, the object of everybody's attention and thought and my concentration with whatever that experiment was a brass, actually not, I guess it is brass, figurine or statue of 4 dolphins leaping in the air. And the only person who got it was a fellow named Craig from Erie, Pennsylvania. Congratulations. He nailed it right on the head. All the rest of you missed it.